There. Can anybody hear me now? There. Can anybody hear me now? There. Can anybody hear me now? Alright. There. I can hear myself. Hear me now. Alright. There. I can hear myself. Hear me now. Alright. There. I can hear myself. Hear me now. Alright. If the music... I can adjust the music later. Hello, everybody. Yes. Yes, I know. I know. I'm just gonna sit back for a few minutes and see if I can get some more links out to see if anybody is going to watch this. The main reason I'm streaming on Twitch is because I'm too embarrassed to do this on YouTube, and I wanted to split this between more serious stuff on YouTube, and this can just be for fun. Minimal politics, minimal snark, well, maybe not that, but more chill vibes. I like this music. How's your Monday been, everybody? Mine has been okay. Back to work. I'll try and stream for a couple hours. See how it goes. I'll wait for a few minutes. I know I'm gonna have to build up an audience here. People aren't the happiest if I don't stream on YouTube, but I think I'd like to do this diversify, you know. Five o'clock seems like a good time. I'll be a little hungry for dinner afterwards, but that'll be fine. Nobody is allowed to tell Dave Distributist that I'm streaming this, of course. He will criticize me. He'll yell at me. But apparently, I don't actually have to care what he thinks. I like him, but I'm my own person. I have a nice big bottle of water here. So my voice will probably need it after reading a lot. If there is anybody in the chat, I'm sure some people will show up later, but, you know. If it's just me I'm talking to, that's fine too. I might upload this to a second channel if I feel like, or I'll probably just clip the VOD and keep it that way. If you guys can't hear me... Sorry, a bit sleepy. Alright, well, I know it's a little early, but I'm all set up here. Just want to make sure my sound is good. Sorry if there's a dog. Sorry if there's a dog. Sorry if there's a dog. Okay, well, this degeneracy is I Wani Hug That Gator. I know very, very little about it. I know some of it from a podcast I listen to called Let Me Tell You About. And I guess the brief story is there was a game called Volcano High, which was a not well-received rhythm game. And then a bunch of people on the internet made a fan game and turned it into a dating sim called Snoot Game, where you are the only human at a high school full of dinosaurs. And then they made their own game, and this is kind of their own property. So I guess you date an alligator, and that's about all I know right now. I don't know why I'm playing this. I don't even remember buying it. But I think it would be funny. And you know, I feel like yesterday I was watching, because I was gonna go to the movies, I needed something to kill time. I was watching Gamer Rage compilations, and I'm like, this is why I don't play multiplayer games, because you watch these, and these people look miserable. I know a lot of it is just theatrics, but still, people get so mad over video games. So I'm thinking, let's just start off with a visual novel. And I don't have to play Kathy Rain ever again. But we don't talk about Kathy Rain. So anyways, let us pick our language. English. Options. Full screen. There we go. Enable Discord rich. No, it's fine. Okay. Options. Enable saucy images. I think I'm good for right now. But let's not. We're doing it. Skip after choices and more. Enable Discord rich presence. I don't care about that. Oh, chance has led us to that. I hope there's not movement in this game. If anything's too saucy, I will get past it pretty quick. This is a Christian stream. So, extras. We got nothing yet. All right. Let me see if there's any sound options. No, doesn't seem like it. All right. Well, lads, into the breach. September 4th. Let's do auto for a little bit. No. Year 201,2023 BC, I think. Amidst the arid heat of the morning sun of the Caldera Bluffs, I can't help but miss living in the more temperate weather of the Midwest. The Midwest is not a temperate zone. It is a continental climate. It is closer to Siberia. Summer sleeves are in style this year. The jacket's aroma should be possessive. Blog. Oh, the jacket's. No, it's fine. The jacket's aroma blog better be right. This suede thing is killing me. Well, it's guaranteed to start getting chillier in a few weeks. Besides, I'm sure to make an impression with Abercrombie and Flint is all the rage these days. Okay, dinosaurs. And there's plants on the subway, or on the train. I sigh and lean back on the hard plastic seating of the metro station. Or the metro. I'm on my way to my first day in a new school. Ordinarily I'd be glued to my phone on a trip, but there's just too much on my mind right now. My folks' sitch requires us to move frequently, which gives me little time to fit in. Much like how a rolling stone gathers no moss, I could never make a friend I'd keep for longer than a year. even though the internet exists. Just a lot of promises to keep in touch that petered off within months. Admittedly, it's my fault in the end. But that's all going to change. Starting today. I'm going into senior year now, and it's my very last chance to prepare for the world ahead. It will not prepare you for the world ahead. High school is terrible. Luckily for me, the cards are stacked in my favor. I feel around my backpack for my DSLR. Till my fingers can absent-mindedly fiddle with the mode dial. St. Hammond High School is extremely well known for their artists curriculum. In other words, I'll be surrounded by people that share my interests, even if it's a bit of a ride away. Speaking of rides, I was hoping that my parents could drive me there today. Nothing is cooler than your parents driving you to school. By the time I was up, they already left for work. No big deal, I like the hustle and bustle of public transportation. Okay, so we're not in America then. I imagine I'm going to have to get used to this anyway. As time passes, my mind wanders to memories of previous schools. Nothing. Ellipses. They all sucked. Hey, I need to make the most of the situation I'm in, not get all sad like this. I need to do something like take a selfie with Hobo next to me. I won't get stabbed. Yes, you will. Get up and breathe in that fresh city air. Remain seated and do nothing. Oh, we have a choice. Well, I like breathing, so we're going to breathe. I'm interrupted by the ding of the terminal board, and the car gradually starts coming to a stop. I step off the metro, heading out of the station, as I follow a few other students headed towards the school. Oddly enough, I'm only seeing dinosaur students, not another human to be seen anywhere. That's a problem. Must be one of those dino-heavy regions. There's a lot of greenery here as well. You'd almost forget how close we are to a major city. Pathway leads to a stone bridge that goes over a small creek. As I walk across, I notice other students meet in pairs and walk with each other. The air begins to fill with the sounds of laughter and stories of how their summer break went. Ellipses. Ah, there it is. The school peeks out over the trees ahead of me, as though inspecting and welcoming me inside. St. Hammond High, my new home, away from home for the year. I stop to take a deep breath. The air is crisp, reminding me of an old campground I went back to in elementary school. Ellipses. Once again, I'm handed an opportunity to make something of myself. I'm apprehensive, but hopeful. It's my last shot at this. There's no going back. It is not your last shot. High school means nothing. I can take my first step onwards. Here we go again. I'm starting to sound like the Beatles. Oh! He's only slightly more bald than I am. Students mill about the front yard. This school is known for its heavily prioritized art programs. Oh no. Over 2/3 of the graduates end up pursuing a career in the arts, and only less than 5% actually get a career in the arts. Well, half of them regret it, from what I read. See, told you. There's still plenty that made it, right? It's also the management's claim to fame, with the facade on the front entrance being dominated by a vibrant mural. I got a good feeling about this place. A few students eyeball me as I continue walking in, but I have to swagger with my superior human features. Sorry. Some friends whisper to each other. I just knew this jacket would pay off. Front doors are propped wide open, and I already feel the cool breeze inviting me in. Inside, it's a familiar yet brand new sight. Oh, look at all the dinosaurs. I hadn't mentioned yet, but the school is also unique for its student body. It's composed almost entirely of dinosaurs, all manner of saurian herbivores and otherwise. Scales, feathers, tails, and is that a tether? Yes, dinosaurs did have feathers, or I think a lot of them. Wings, talons, and webbed hands. Hands. Disgusting. Not to mention the colors. Racist. All vibrant enough to challenge the bright murals on the school outside. Dozens of students march about, reconnecting with past friends and meeting new ones. Some anxiously glance at their schedules, checking every door as though they were numbered at random. I probably shouldn't be standing here staring. Whoa, is that a human? Whoa. I'm soon surrounded and overrun by a crowd of neon-colored teenagers. Clearly, my jacket is working like a charm, and not my beautiful smooth skin. Wow, he's like a life-size mannequin. Hey, new kid. Is this what it's like to be popular? I really wasn't expecting this to happen this quickly. A few students are taking pictures with their phones, sorry. I even see some with sketchbook and pens in hand, rapidly scribbling on the pages. Wow, a human. Are you like a foreign exchange student? In the chaos, I feel a few people touch my hands. Wow, human skin feels weird. Jeez, a bit uncalled for. Bad touch. As flattering as it is, ask them to back off. No, we're gonna be cool. Let's go. Let's roll with it. We're gonna go along with it. There's so much happening. I don't want to be a party pooper. A few more people shout at me to get my attention. Hey, could you look over there for a side profile? Oh man, yeah, this will be good reference material. Wait, I need to get a better look at his skin texture. They've never seen a white person before. An almost hairless one, by the looks of it. I once again find myself frozen, only muttering quietly as I hastily try to follow their instructions. Eventually, all the saurians take their photos and talk themselves out before dispersing back to their own friend groups. By the time I recover from the shock of the situations, the last one breaks off and I find myself seemingly all alone again. Oh, that was my chance to socialize. I swear, if I have to walk in this game, I don't want to. I blew it. Not feeling it. Oh, you're a human, right? Our Triceratops girl leans forward, scanning me up and down. This is it. Time to seal the deal and get a new friend. Inko, that's her name. Yeah. Close enough. Hey, can I... Oh, that's not her name. Like, get a selfie with you. It'd be great for one of my classes. Oh no, this life is strange. Oh, I think it's for an incognito. Haha. Because he's wearing the sunglasses and all that. Yeah. Oh, he's wearing glasses. Yeah, definitely. She puts an arm around my back for a shoulder hug while she poses dramatically. You know, I would have preferred this, or they should make one like this, but it's the lizard men from Warhammer Fantasy. That would be cool. Maybe I can pretend that this is what it is. Maybe a bit too friendly. Big smile now. She takes a picture and checks enthusiastically. So, I'm Inko. Oh, cool. Yeah. Anyway, I gotta go. Oh. What's the photo for, by the way? She pauses, aloofly chewing some gum. But does she even have teeth? My fashion design class, that jacket is ballin'. Son of Fundin. Ah. Thanks for the pic, hun. If we can choose, I don't want to go for her. Well. I feel my shoulders sag as I take in the now sparse hallway in front of me, around me. That must have been my 15 minutes of fame. I don't even think it lasted 15 minutes. But there's no way I've already blown it. I try to shake away the negative thoughts. Focus on the positive. For a brief moment, I was the talk of the school. Yeah. Click, click, click. Familiar sound draws my attention. I know what that is. At the end of the hall, there's someone kneeling. And with one of the latest camera models, if I'm not mistaken. Hey! The guy flinches. Okay, it's a guy. I flinched too. I hadn't meant to shout at him. A few students around me don't bat an eye at it, though. Oh, there's animations. Sorry about the yell. No, it's fine. I managed to get the shot I wanted. The bespectacled boy, I think he's a parasaur, double checks the camera and display and smiles. Yeah, perfect. This will be a fine print for the yearbook. I liked yearbooks. Those were cool. That was always a fun day. You'd have all your friends sign them. Can I see? His grin seems to widen at my interest. Of course, here. He turns the display toward me, showing a shot of the hallway, and me as the focal point. Pretty good, right? I look a little closer and notice that I think it's a little out of focus. And dark. What do you have your f-stop set at? I took a photography class in high school. I don't remember anything about it. He stops and glances up at me, pleasantly surprised to get a real answer. Yeah, I'm a bit of a photographer myself. I'm taking it as an elective too. With Mr. Ayadakan? Is it an L or an I? Thinking back to my memorized class schedule, the name does sound familiar. Sorry. So, as I become an adult, a disgusting adult, I still have nightmares about being back in high school or college and not having done all my homework, or like not knowing my class schedule, or like, oh, you know, I just didn't show up for this class all semester, but I need it to be able to graduate. I'm so glad I wake up and I'm like, oh, no, I just have a normal wagey job that I don't have to take home with me. Anyway. Yep. He hops. Oh, snap. We'll be classmates. Cool. Mr. Lodikin, or Iotikin, is busy, so he just teaches it for one period. He offers his hand out for a milkshake. I'm Ben. Okay. Inko. Friend achieved. I'm actually new here. Kind of figured being the only human student this year and all. Saint Hammond isn't the only... Okay, actually, I just got the reference. Saint Hammond is probably named after John Hammond, who created Jurassic Park. Not Michael Crichton, but the main character, the old guy from the movie. That's kind of nice. Saint Hammond isn't one of the more popular schools, but the staff put a lot of effort into the arts program. Even the campus Even the campus itself is designed like a living art piece, so if you ever need help... From the pause, I'm guessing he's offering some help. I wouldn't say no to a tour. A tour, you say? Well, I'm not going back to the principal's office, but I can point out some neat stuff along the way. So, when does Monokuma show up and have us all kill each other? I'm waiting for that to happen. He raises an eyebrow to himself in contemplation. Might be a good idea to meet the principal, too. He waves for me to follow him. I'm liking the music. It's very chill. ... Turns out he wasn't just an avid photographer like me, but also the school council president. It's student council president. And you address him with respect. I've seen enough anime to know that the student council basically overrides God. And one of his priorities was taking photos for the school's yearbook for the first day page. Every few minutes we'd pause so Ben could take a couple shots, mainly of the students talking with each other. And while I would watch, I had to consider helping him in some way. I mean, the camera looks amazing, and there's all his extra lenses in the bag. I feel absolute elation to know that someone's into photography. And I really want to broach it, but Ben fills the air between us talking more about the school. Which is why we still go by the Feathertails, even though I think it's a tad distasteful. Dang, you're pretty good at this. Do you give these tours to all the new students? Huh, not really. Although it's something I had thought about a lot. Hold that thought. Hey, Lunara. Ben goes to greet a student putting up some intricate wall banners. Okay, she looks, for a giant lizard bird, dinosaur. I'm not gonna say wood, but, there's something to work with there. She has a cute flower in her hair. Nice, long black hair. I like that. Oh, hey, Ben. You have a good summer vacation? I did. Great work on the decorations. They look even better than last year's. Aw, thank you. What's all this for? She steps aside so I can fully view the banner she's just finished with. The Cultural Arts Club. We meet every Thursday after school and look at antique artwork. She'd initially looked past me to talk with Ben, but she gasps when she realizes he's bald. Oh, hey, you're a human, right? Oh, that's a silly question. You should totally join. I just love human culture. There's this amazing set of ancient masks at my place from ancient Europe. I just adore them. So this is post-apocalyptic then? Wow, that's impressive. I think you'd make a good curator. I probably would. After the club display during Spirit Week last year, I got to agree. We spent weeks studying that tribe and weeks more practicing those dances. We also study and paint with those styles, like we're learning the techniques of the old masters. Hopefully, we can soon get into sculpting, like those old Venus statues. We plan on getting one to look at sometime this year. What do you think? It'll be great if you could come. Okay, she might be an art hoe, but I think she's kind of cute. Hey, that'd be neat. What do you say, Inko? Maybe. Maybe. I do love culture. Erebus wants a cookie. They're all birds, I think. Oh, that's great. Oh ho, listen, we have this old chieftain's dress we'd had for ages. We just have to see what it looks like on the real thing. I'll think about it. No way, I'd sooner endure a second impact than wear something like that. No, impress the art girl. Well, hey, nice to catch up, Lunara. We've got places to be, so take care. Bye. I'm not gonna do funny voices if I can help it. Oh, sorry. Alright, I think we're good. Alright, I think we're good. She waves us off, and Ben continues leading me to the principal's office. Hey, Ben, says Anonymous. Hey, Ben, says Anonymous. Hey. This is pretty cool. I like the music. Oh, hey, Michael. So they just have normal names, I guess. Listen, can't talk now, but I'd love to catch up later, yeah? I'm floored. This guy seems to know just about everyone in school. We've talked to 2 people, as much as they know him. Talk about being on top of things. He points out a few more minor landmarks in the school and stops to greet a number of students happy to see him after the summer break. Man, sorry for having to stop so much. No way, I think it's cool how you know everyone. If only it could be cool without making us late. He notices a few more noteworthy landmarks, eventually leading me to its biggest draw. A hallway. I already knew this place was known for art, but wow! Just outside the administrative offices, the hallway is filled with wonderful pieces of work. Paintings line the wall with name placards beneath detailing who the artists were. All created by alumni and attending students of the school. And this is the gala. All of these pieces have been featured in all kinds of articles and presentations. Whoa. I know, right? One moment. Ben turns to the nearest door and gives it a polite knock. Who is it? It's me, Principal Scalar. An oviraptor no older than her mid-30s, okay, exits the room, holding a steaming mug and sporting a tired smile. Mommy? Nah, not feeling it. So there's still cats in this world, I guess. Good morning, Benjamin. Good morning. Inko, this is our esteemed principal. Good morning, ma'am. Her eyes shoot wide mid-sip of her coffee. Oh, I hadn't noticed. You would be Mr. Oh yeah, yep, it's Inko Ganito. Haha. Mr. Ganito. Yes. Yes, but my name... How wonderful. Gone is the exhaustion on her face, replaced with a very wide smile. I am so happy that you've chosen our school for your last year, Mr. Nidu. Then, be sure to give him a thorough St. Hammond welcome, okay? Spared no expense. I already was. If you ever need any assistance, my office is always open, Mr. Netu. Not to mention, the student council is also available for help. You will obey every order they give you. Isn't that right, Ben? Yes, Principal Scalar. Thank you, Principal Scalar. Oh, and Ben, a moment, please. But the parasaur is dragged into the office, leaving me alone in the school gala. Whatever they're saying, I can't hear over the ambient noise of the student body. Either way, it's probably not something I'm meant to hear. So, let me just say this. Last night, I saw Nosferatu, this nice, artistic, modern rendition of Dracula by a really good director, Robert Eggers. So it's kind of high art, beautifully shot movie. And now I'm playing this. I'm not making any judgment calls, but I move a few feet away, out of earshot of the discussion inside. On the wall behind me is a framed panoramic landscape of the city, painted by hand. Oh, that's cool. Wow. I could practically use this thing as a map with how detailed it is. I like city skylines. I think they're really cool. No wonder it's hanging so predominantly by the principal's office. The gentle brush strokes, the vibrant colors, the evening sun bouncing off each of the windows, and the majestic scarlet sky enveloping the horizon. All of which combine to give it a dreamscape feeling, like it's an idealized vision of the city. It's beautiful. I've never been a big admirer of paintings, but I can't deny that this is a masterpiece. Only a teacher could have been able to express the scenic beauty of this city with this level of skill and passion. I withdraw my Cavan Stone 60 from my bag, and with the compact lens, I barely fit the entirety of the painting frame for the shot. Checking the copy on my display. Sorry. I realize I left out the title and artist of the piece. The tag says, Dreamscape. Artist, O. Halford, 9th grade. First place, 201M 2020. A freshman did this. Jeez. I never really was a freshman because our schools were weird in that the high school didn't have enough room for everybody, so we went to everybody in 9th grade was all in just one school for 1 year. Now that I look at the rest of the paintings, this is insane. A further way to dox me, by the way. It's all so much better than what I've made. Almost all of the other pieces are beautifully drawn. Acrylic, charcoal, pastel. And yet, not even one photo. Hey Enko, I'm back. What did you want to do with mommy? I'm a senior. How on earth am I meant to even start measuring up to here? Measuring up here. Enko? What's that sound? Is there a riot? Ben nudges me with the back of his hand as the commotion gets closer. Hey, watch it, jackass! Slow your roll, Leatherface. My leg! I watch as the perpetrator, aggressor, aggregator finally rounds the corner and comes barreling down the hallway. Oh no. The only character I've actually seen in this game, I think this is who it is. Speeding right towards us. My instincts kick in and I stumble to the side to avoid the oncoming collision. For a split second, I get a good look at my assailant. Oh, it was cool. It was animation. There she is, chat. There she is. In my dreams, I see you. Green scales, messy hair, and a faded purple hoodie. She propels herself forward with dexterous hands, spinning the large wheels on her. I only notice now that she's in a wheelchair. I didn't even know you could go that fast in one of those rocket ones. I have to say this. My favorite dinosaur, technically not a dinosaur, but who cares, is a plesiosaur. If there's a plesiosaur in this game, I'll be happy. It'll get a 10 out of 10 for me. She glances my way, and her pupils lock onto mine. Her gray and gold eyes are marred by bags, like she hasn't slept in days. The girl's entire presence ghost-like. And that expression is like she's looking straight through me. I'm sure she barely registers my existence, but I don't think I'll ever forget that face. Just as fast as she came, however, she's gone. As she leaves, I feel like a weight is lifted from my shoulders. At least until I trip directly into a glass case behind me. Cue shatter sound effect. At least until I trip directly into a glass case behind me. Oh. Okay. Oof. Hey, watch it. Whoops. Parasaur's hand roves over the display carefully, his eyes filled with worry. You're looking for something? Cracks. Usually when another student falls into them, there's some kind of a crack or scratch. Guess it's just a dinosaur thing. You humans are lucky you don't gotta sweat over this kind of stuff. Ha! Because humans sweat. That is one of our superpowers, is that humans have a really efficient cooling off system, which is called sweating. And our ancestors, we can't run as fast as a cheetah or a gazelle, but we can sure outlast it in running. And largely it's due to us sweating, because we can lose heat and cool off while we're moving. We're more evolved than these stupid dinosaurs. If you can't sweat, I'm not going to be into you. Sorry. That happen often? Often enough to drain school funds and repairs. That can't be good. Well, not to brag, but I make do. A vibrato chime echoes through the now empty hall. I freeze, tardy on the first day. Whoops. Sorry to run on you. Sorry to run on like that. You should get going to your first class. I won't need a tardy slip or something? Nah, it's the first day. Teachers are lenient. I'm fine either way, since, you know, it's one of the benefits of being the class president. Yeah, rub it in more. With his stupid orange blazer. Actually, it looks pretty cool. What's your first period? Physical education. Oh, no. Ben sucks in the air through his teeth in a prolonged wince. Ellipses. Ellipses. You'll be fine. Gymnasium's down that away. Don't keep him waiting too long. I need to get going too. Keep who waiting? I gotta go to... Bye. Whoa, he walks fast when he has somewhere to be. That reaction doesn't exactly instill confidence in me. Phys ed wasn't that bad. It was the shortest class because you have to change and then get in there and then they set up everything and then you have to change back and you're only there for like 20 minutes. I follow Ben's directions to the school gymnasium. After all the earlier commotion, it's the first quiet moment to myself. Might as well take it to finally sort my thoughts. Well, there's that one thought we saw the first time, and then there's the crippled Gator. Let's see, what do I think of this place so far? It's certainly livelier than any of the other schools I've been to. Ever since I stepped foot in here, everything has been so lively and everyone seems so exuberant. Makes me feel a little out of my depth since I'm used to the opposite. Here, people like that girl earlier are eager to share their hobbies almost without being prompted. Everywhere else I've been, people just kept to themselves. I wish I was at a school like that. Like they're only there because they have to be. We are. Sorry, I don't like public schools. It hits me. This school's art program attracts people. The students here don't have to be here. They're choosing to be here. That's why it's so active. Well, alright, what can I do with this information? It means I could probably be friends with anyone I want, right? Weird to say. But with everyone here sort of working with each other, there's bound to be an insane level of camaraderie, too. Maybe I won't have to try. I'm almost at the gymnasium now, so I'll hold this thought for later. Ellipses. A gym class where the boys are separated from the men, I hope they are, and where people with Herculean physiques are able to show off their sculpted bodies. Ellipses. I begin to remember how much I dreaded going to PE. The innumerable bad experiences from past schools pale in comparison to the many skidded knees and broken glasses. Hopefully this school's PE is a lot less grueling. Well, if it's an endurance run, you're gonna do really well as a human. As I stand before the wooden double doors leading into the gym, I'm struck with how empty the area looks. That's followed by me catching the sound of physical activity coming from within the gym itself. Shoot, I really am late. Ben's earlier warning echoes in my head are like a foreboding spirit. I hope the saucy images are pretty tame. Hopefully they should be. The Steam thing did not say there was any sexual content, so that's good. And they're not really swearing either, so I can't imagine it's that bad. Anyway. I peer through the small windows on the doors and see students standing shoulder to shoulder. Towering over them is a primate, who I can only guess is our gym teacher with his arms crossed and a scowl on his face. I hope I can get away with being tardy. As I walk into the... Oh, boy. My first thought is how lucky I am to be alive. I don't even know what was thrown at me, but it might as well have been a cannonball. I spot the gym teacher, and even through his baseball cap, I can feel his stare of rage pierce my soul. Why were there fat gym teachers? Why were they okay with that? Such intensity. That ideal throwing form. Oh, we're going to be into him, I guess. I only missed by centimeters. That was a warning shot. It's a monkey. My gym partner's a monkey. Know this and know it well, son. I have a policy. Each of my platoons gets one free miss from me a year. He's gonna be Scottish. And you just spent it. I shift my eyes from the students lined up next to him. They're so stiff with fear that I can't tell what they're feeling. Fear. You got 3 seconds to lay it on the front of your squadron. Why in the name of... great name of KV Drocket are you late? Well, he didn't even move. Hit taken, I shut my mouth. The simian scholar starts marching back and forth like a drill sergeant. Listen up, because I'm only saying this once. In this class, we operate on tough love. We learn from our mistakes, so you better pray to Raptor Jesus you don't forget them. Because if you do... With 3 monstrous steps, the coach closed the distance of 10 yards to tower over me. I will be very upset. It reflects poorly on all of us, and that is not something I will accept. So I'd love to see you maggots succeed, but if you don't, I'll make it unforgettable. Am I understood? Why did I make him Scottish? Oh well. Fan-freaking-tastic. Again, they're not swearing. Now then, join the rest of your ranks and stiffen up. Once I confirm that my bladder is intact, I shuffle over to where my colleagues stand. I feel them staring at me with anger, like I'm responsible for the coach's teaching style. What an appalling first impression to make. I I should just quit and start over somewhere else while I still can. The teacher takes a second to glance over us, reminding himself of where he was before I had interrupted. Attend hot maggots. You will all drop and give me 20 of the finest push-ups. Those guts best be an ounce far away from that pristine gym floor or else. Twee. With a violently loud blow of his whistle, the coach also takes his position to show off the proper technique. I hide my wince as my knees impact roughly on the ground. The real pain starts as I try to keep pace with everyone around me. My biceps and forearms threaten to splinter from the weight of my body and the speed of my jerky movements. I never realized just how badly out of shape I was. Twee. On your feet, you bipedal slugs. This guy, he ain't human. Some kind of primate, maybe, a close relative. I can feel my muscles hollering in pure agony as I force myself up from the gymnasium floor. By the time I'm back on my feet, my breathing is heavy and coming out in whistles. Now then, since it's only the first day of school, how about we have ourselves a good old game of dodgeball? Did he say dodgeball? Oh yeah, dodgeball was fun. I hated it anytime other people were throwing. Well, anytime you also had to throw balls around, but for some reason with dodgeball, I liked it. I shoot a glance at the overly enthusiastic dino next to me, so they can have hair, who is absolutely elated by the prospect of the upcoming game. We only finished the warm-up, and my muscles are already screwed. My knees shake, my lungs burn, and I'm so drenched in sweat that I'm sure I might need a shower after this. I really don't want to play dodgeball. Aren't we lucky? First day of school and we get to play a game. I don't do dodgeball. Why not? I'm not exactly. Alright, maggots, pick a side and count our numbers even. Donkey. This is a suicide match. Oh, can't say that on Twitch. And free-for-all, too. Damien, why don't you socialize by picking your teammates? Shades, you're on the blue team. But, wait, but why are there teams if it's free-for-all? Alright, I'm going with the human dude. He's our sports bro. Before I can figure out the rules for this dodgeball game, the Lophosaurus. So, okay, I make all of these other grammatical mistakes while I'm reading this out, but I can say the Lophosaurus perfect the first time. Wraps an arm around my neck and brings me to his side of the field. Oh, and one last thing. Sorry, I might take a drink of water. His leer and tone frees me to the spot. What's the first rule? We only got one. Have fun? Gang up on the weakest one. Wait, what? Twee. In a matter of seconds, the gymnasium has become a full-blown battleground. I do my best to dodge the oncoming flurry of red rubber spheres coming my way like bullets. I dive to the ground, avoiding the oncoming projectiles as they soar overhead and pelt my comrades. I hear the blows, the guttural groans of those who've already succumbed to the onslaught of inflated orbs. Combat crawling away from the fierce front, I entrench myself along the edge of the field in the hopes of being ignored. I cast my gaze to the rest of my eyes and oh gosh, it's a full rout. So many So, how's the first day of school treating you, bro? I look up to see the finned dino, the same pink Dilophosaurus, who had dragged me to his side of the court, staring down at me and smiling. We're looking at his dick, bro. What do you think? I watch as he casually dodges an incoming ball before throwing his own. Name's Damien, by the way. Inko. Nice to meet you, sir. You too. Chrome Dome and Frills. Who said that you had time to talk? Does my gymnasium look like a debate stage? I mean, maybe if we got some of those stands in the auditorium, maybe. I know Guy's uncle could make a really classic podium. I look up at Damien with absolute bewilderment. What is this guy thinking? The coach looks like he's about to explode. Do not play smart with me, son. Keep your trap shut and eyes focused on the enemy. Damien just smiles and gives the coach a thumbs up, as if we aren't in the middle of an active war zone. You've got it, Mr. Solly. That's Coach Solly to you. And what's the holds up, Shades? You're making yourself an easy target on the floor. Get up and play to win. Alright, I guess it's my time to do something of worth. But I'm not exactly good at dodgeball. Well, you haven't gotten hit yet. Hey, maybe I can do the whole blocking thing for everybody. That should hopefully make it so everyone isn't peeved at me for wasting the warning shot. But, here's where things change. I can totally turn this around. All is equal in the court. A ball aimlessly rolls on the floor in front of me, calling out to be my ammunition. I somehow weave through the 2 shots at me and pick up the ball. Oh yeah, I'm feeling it now, Mr. Krabs. I'm on fire. There's no way I'm losing now. Cutscene. I grab onto the ball and start blocking any shot that so much as crosses our side of the field. Yeah, I'm doing great. Block 1, block 2, block 3. Now I'm really feeling it. I bet everyone's looking at me now. Any thought of playing the game suddenly left my mind like it was never there. Who cares? Doing this is more than enough. I can be the star. A new guy! A new voice catches my attention. A crimson Parasaurus. Think fast. What? Well, that was a good game. Visual novel. Ellipses. Ellipses. The floor is cold. Maybe I shouldn't have come here at all. A pair of extremely dirty sneakers enter my field of view. You gonna get up, Shades? No. I give up. Sigh. Bonk. Alright, teacher just hit us. We can kill him now, right? Ellipses. Oh, man, that hurts. How long was I out? I'm laying down on something soft. Where am I? Is there a nurse? Oh, look at the anatomy thing over there with the really tall neck. That's cool. My vision clears and I sit up from the plastic bed. I have no eyes. Sure is bright in here. Oh, shoot. That's first swear. They broke my sunglasses. Luckily, I brought my reserve pair. There we go. Much better. I stand from the rubber mattress, taking in the tiny room finally. All alone, not a school nurse or nothing. Oh, there she is. Looks like she's attending to another student who has his snout stuck in a cone. Huh. Looking at the clock on the wall, it's already noon. That would explain the pounding headache. Finally awake, Shades? I sit ramrod straight, the fear of God stricken into me once more. Calm yourself, cadet. You ate dirt pretty hard back there. Oh man, yeah. Wait, you did that. I did. Pelted you right in the back. Do you know why? Because I messed up? Be more specific, kid. Because I couldn't be a good teammate and got hit in the face? Wrong. It was after that. I don't nothing happened after that. No, you gave up. But I was doing well. You think so? I was blocking the balls and all. You weren't blocking anything, you were showing off. Who cares? You found a single thing you could do and started dancing around like a clown. Yeah, I found something he's good at. You focused on the easy thing and gave up on the real thing. You were so focused that you forgot to look around for a moment. And here you are. I know a defeated man when I see one, and there's no way in hell I'm letting a student of mine give up so easily. It's the first period of the first day, and you're already giving up. You threw a ball right at my face! Either way, that's a yeah! You would get in a lawsuit. Either way, that's a pretty bad lump you ended up with. You gotta watch around some students. Oh, he wasn't the one that did that. Some students, if you know what I mean. I blink a few times and recall the chick that yelled at me to catch, followed by pounding me in the face. What does she look like? That one, she's He chuckles to himself a bit. She's something alright. Yeah, look like the devil herself. Anyways, let's take the rest of the day off, kid. What? I'm telling you to go home. The principal gave the okay. I feel my head again. Stab of pain. Am I really not good to go back to class? Wasn't I getting lectured about this just a few moments ago? Yeah. Well, I don't want to give up so easily. No, you should go home to your folks. He scratches the back of his head, slightly embarrassed. Right, about that. Are we an orphan? I tried calling them earlier. Couldn't reach them. I gave a sad half smile. Yeah, sounds about right. I can't make it home. I can make it home fine on my own. He nods. When you get back, don't give up so easily. He holds the door to the nurse's office open. I nod and exit the office. Coach Solly closing the door behind us. Oh, and here's for tomorrow. A brown paper bag is shoved into my arms, along with my backpack. Peeking in, I see something gold and blue and gold. If you hadn't been late, you could have changed into those. Oh, thank you, sir. Next time, Shades, think faster. Got it? Yes, sir. His smile is positively unnerving. Now scram, cadet. Well, this is officially the worst first day I've ever had. As my feet drag along the linoleum floor, I can't help but painfully think of all the failures in the past few hours. You got hit with a dodgeball. Your life is now over. No thanks to a very prominent bump on the back of my head. Ow. I'm worse than everyone here, both on a creative and physical level. I know I really shouldn't be bothered by it, but I hate seeing just how far behind I am compared to everyone else. And I thought I'd make new friends. What was I thinking? I stop and shake my head a bit. What the heck am I doing sulking like this? It's a bad first day, but it's just the first day. There's still all the rest. I still met Ben and Damien. They're pretty cool. I'm not going to let my optimism be ruined just because of a bad dodgeball match. Well, there you go. Just you wait, St. Hammond. Today was a test run. Tomorrow's the real deal. Ellipses. Morning comes. He's late. I've always had a decent internal clock, but it's a new record for me to get accustomed to a new sleeping schedule in just one day. Especially with this fully grown lump on my scalp. I move an arm from my sheets and feel my head. Yep, it's bruised real good. Could be worse, though. Alright, time to get up. I slump out of bed and yawn, stretching my arms and cracking my spine a bit. My new room is pretty nice. Quite spacious. This is actually a really nice bedroom. It's better than my apartment. Quite spacious, even with all these still sealed boxes. I brush my hand over one of them, the one with my other clothes. I'll get around to opening them at some point. Right now, though, it's time for breakfast. I shuffle downstairs into the heart of the house. The morning sunbeams shining through the window draw my eyes to look out to the new neighborhood. Everything's new. The driveway is empty. Looks like my parents are already gone for the day. No surprise there, really. It's all they ever focus on. Shiver runs up my spine as my feet step on the icy tiles of the kitchen. My eyes are drawn to some taped up boxes that are still scattered about on the counters. There's a familiar sticky note on the fridge, and I don't even have to read it to know what it says. At this point, Mom's just wasting paper. The least she could do is reuse the same note and make small addendums to it. I snag a plate from the nearest drawer and open up the freezer. No fresh produce to be seen, but there's still the mostly full box of breakfast burritos. Okay, Jimmy Dean breakfast stuff is the worst. It tastes like cardboard and pain. I hate it. Never get Jimmy Dean. It's awful. It's convenient, but it tastes like absolute garbage. Do not get it. And that's what I'm betting he's eating. Yeah, I've been really trying to appreciate ethnic cultures more. Plate loaded up with a couple of the minuscule flour-wrapped meals, I set it in the microwave and wait for the burritos to hopefully not explode or burn inside. While I wait, though, I check my phone. I scan over my news feed and check out some of the people I'm subscribed to, hoping there's something to watch during my meal. Fortunately, nobody posts videos or streams this early in the morning. Guess I'll just have to watch a suggested video, then don't do that. I prop my phone up and click on something random. At the ding of the microwave, I retrieve my breakfast, carrying it carefully so I don't burn my hands on the bottom of the plate. I give the first burrito a test bite and... ugh, the inside is still cool. Yep. I don't want to stick it back in, though. The tortilla would just become a brick then. I shrug it off, continue chewing, and watch my phone. Top of the morning, folks. Sorry. By the time... oh, I think that is supposed to be Jacksepticeye. Sorry. I just realized... yes, that should have been an Irish person. By the time the video ends, I've finished the last of the half-thawed burritos. Pocketing my phone, I slip the plate into the sink and head out for the day. Put it in the dishwasher. This time, I'm at least getting through the day. Today, survival. Objective, survive. Tomorrow, thrive all. Ellipses. I'll work on it. I'm working on it. Ellipses. Same exact people on the subway in the same pose. On the metro again, I take a little more time to check out my surroundings. The sun shines through the windows from my normal seat. There's this one chick that was there yesterday, probably on her way to work. It's probably a set routine for her at this point. She always does a bit of makeup first and then checks her phone and the rest of the way. When the sun shines through the window, it highlights her hair in a really neat way, like a movie poster almost. I take away a picture, but it might be a little too awkward for me. Also, everything's disappeared. Why is it so dark? How's St. Hammond treating you so far, Mr. Nito? First of the dead. A voice so deep, I feel it reverberate in my bones, calls from above. Alright, I want this guy. I'm taken aback by his authoritative stature. His head is nearly grazing the top of the passenger car. How did he even get in here? Is it a whale? It's been great so far, Mr. Ferris. He offers his hand for a handshake. Though his palm alone smothers my entire hand. How do you know my name? You're clearly going to school. The nearest one is St. Hammond, and I'm already aware of the new human student, if you don't mind my profiling. You got all that just from looking at me? I'm partially joking. Your full name is printed on your backpack. You know that's dangerous. Yeah, you actually shouldn't do that. Oops. Yep, it's me, alright. Ha ha ha. But please, I know it's only been a few days since the year started, but I'd like to hear your opinion so far. The teachers are literally already physically abusing students, so... Is this a questionnaire or something? Not exactly, but it is of some importance to an assignment of mine. What does that mean? Oh, what am I being secretive for? I'm here to audit your school. See, the teachers know the students, make sure it's a proper place of learning. So is he like Superintendent Chalmers? I wish it were something worth being secretive about. More often than not, it's just paperwork and office politics. Oh, alright then. My thoughts on the school so far? I consider telling him about the teacher nailing me with a dodgeball to make a point. Actually, you should. Nah, I'm over it. Well, the classes I have are great. The teachers I have are a dynamic bunch. He thumbs the inside of his coat pocket for a pen, but he decides he doesn't need it yet. I see. Any favorites? I mean, I don't like to have favorites, but all the staff seem pretty lively. Ferris lets out a heavy, rumbling chuckle. That's certainly good to hear. And what of your fellow students? Made any friends? It's been a bit of a struggle, but in a way, it's always been like that. But it's always been that way for me since my folks move around a lot. I think I'm doing pretty good this time around. Why do you think that is? I think it's the jacket. The jacket. I give my lapel a quick tug for extra style points. The Coastline Cotton Nylon Bomber number 32. It's part of the latest catalog by A&F. I see. Does he need to lean in so close to inspect it? If the carriage rocks in any way, he'll probably turn me into a piece of modern art against the window. And that's what the youth are into these days. Hey, it could be worse. They could be into YouTubers. Hey, the results speak for themselves. Whatever he's thinking about, it's got nothing to do with his work. I think I have a pretty good idea of what it could be, though. Mr. Ferris, you got no swag? Huh? Well, I guess that probably answers it. I'm into being a little gray. I'm aware I'm not exactly with it anymore. Well, even the older generation can dress to a person. Why are you talking to him like this? You just have to see what people like today like to wear. I'm certainly willing to listen to the youth of today, yes. It is somewhat important to my job to know how the student body thinks. My niece often suggests dressing more relaxed, whatever that means. Does she ever see you in casual clothes? I'm wearing them now. Chad. Ellipses. I can save him. The rest of the trip was quick, but we continued with small talk about trends. When we arrive at my stop, he attempts to give me his business card. For someone whose mere presence could probably stop a fight, he seems like a genuinely nice fellow. I look forward to talking to him again. Ellipses. Oh gosh, those burritos were a mistake. My stomach is roiling after the warm-ups. Alright, maggots, today we'll be working on your cardiovascular system. By that I mean a good old-fashioned mile run. I want everyone out on the track field yesterday. I noticed Damien's mouth opened soon as Coach Sully yells the words. And no, Damien, that does not mean I want you to time travel. Unless, of course, you mean you're running so fast that you hit 88 miles an hour. And if we do that, we'll see some serious shit. And just as quickly, Damien shuts his mouth again and shoots Sully a thumbs up. Sully's only reply is to let out a snort. Double time it now, cupcakes. He is no longer Scottish to me. There's no hesitation from me this time. I follow the rest of the class and do the run Sully wanted. As expected, I rapidly fell behind the pack. Hey, Inko, nice of you to drop by. How are you doing? Damien, again, as a human, he should be very good at endurance running compared to dinosaurs. Keep in mind, new buddy company, of course. What are you doing? Trying not to vomit? You're doing great then. Thanks, I guess. Shouldn't you be at the very front of the pack, though? Next to Mia? Nah, man, not her. Oh, it's a co-ed phys ed class. Mia? You know, the one who knocked you out yesterday? A brief flashback reminds me of the red Parasaurus. Ah, her. By the by, glad to see you're doing way better today. You're even up and running. Yeah, glad I didn't wind up with permanent brain damage. Ellipses. Hey, question. What happened yesterday? Was what happened yesterday normal around here? Well, Mia's a wild one, that's for sure. Best not to mess with her unless you're into those kinds of chicks, in which case be my guest. As for Sully, yeah, he's always like that. You get used to it, though. He ain't a bad guy once he warms up to you. If you say so. Hey, don't worry, man. You're gonna fit right in no time flat. In fact, you should sit with us at lunch. That way, we can give you the proper welcome and stuff. Aw. Lunch, I mean... Inko, Damien, do not fall behind. Sully's voice snaps me from my mini stupor and makes me realize just how far behind Damien and I had fallen behind the rest of the class. Whoops, better catch up with the others before Sully brings out the punitive measure. Excuse me, the what? You don't want to find out, brother. Trust me. What? Come on, dude. Let's jet. Before I can say another word, Damien gets behind me and starts pushing me forward, forcing my legs to move faster than they ever should have. I have to struggle not to trip over myself, but somehow I managed to keep up the pace that Damien was forcing my whole body to maintain. Five minutes and 3 more laps later, I fall flat on my ass, my heart beating so fast and lungs burning so fiercely that every breath feels like sandpaper scraping against my throat. Regardless of that, I finished the jog. The first small step towards conquering my physical weakness. Good job, maggots. Keep this up and you'll be soldiers yet. Sully turns to me and with a slight grin, shoots me a thumbs up. Okay, he thinks we're a good guy. Okay, that's all for today. Hit the lockers, cupcakes. Damien helps me back up and I join the rest of the male students as we head back to the locker room. Ooh. We talk a bit more about our interests and other school matters. On the way, Damien filling me in a bit on St. Hammond's history during the 3 years he'd been in attendance. By a bit of luck, our lockers aren't that far apart from each other, but our conversation isn't a real possibility considering all the other ones going on in the relatively cramped locker rooms. There really isn't that much time to chat before the bell rings for our next class switch. I wave goodbye to Damien and start looking for my next class. Don't forget lunch with the buds, bro. I nod in reply as I turn around and head down the hall to my next class. Making my way down the hall, I take notice of the surroundings. Though everything about the school seemed pretty normal, there are some modifications made to better suit the majority of the student body. Mainly water fountains that settle a good 10 or more feet above me. Overall, nothing crazy special. The next class I'm sort of looking forward to, Advanced Placement Art Design. The class looks like it's in a studio classroom on the 2nd floor. Part of the school here is built on to be both inside and outside, with open ceilings and walls here and there. Yeah, you could not do that where I live. Way too much snow and way too much cold. Maybe this is in California. Since it's also the art wing, the displayed pictures are coated in hydrophobic layers and framed. Although since it's the start of the years, the halls are freshly cleared, waiting to be filled in as the semesters pass. Sorry, I'm yawning a lot. Of course, there's no shortage of drains. This hall in particular is displayed prominently in the school's advertising material, and for good reason. The carefully and expertly built dynamic between the surrounding nature, the school, and even the building materials themselves is nothing less than mystical. I can already feel the creative juices flowing. Soon enough, I'm standing just outside the door to my next class. Much like the school wall outside, it's decorated in various colors and patterns, each corner painted and tagged by different students. I barely set foot inside before the bell rings. Since I was the last one in, all but one of the other seats were taken. It's pretty close to the front. While many of the students look well prepared, some are clearly ready to fall asleep, like me, within the next few minutes. Then there's the teacher. He's standing up by the board waiting for me to finish, looking around and take a seat. Since he isn't urging me to look for a seat, he must be used to new students taking it all in. This must be the art teacher. Somehow he looks young and old at the same time. Well, don't want to hold the class for too long. Trying not to take the teacher's hospitality for granted, I take the seat closest to me in the front row. Even with me sitting down, the art teacher continues to idle instead, staring at the seated students with a hazy stare. Nobody else seems to be paying attention to him, save for a few people here and there. A few students are whispering something behind me. Where was he yesterday? Hey, I'm not complaining about less work. Yeah, but on the first day? Huh. So, in a way, it's the teacher's first day as well. So I didn't miss anything in this class. That's pretty cool, actually. Wham! The teacher slams the front of his desk with both... Sorry about that. Oh, jazz music. The teacher slams the front of his desk with both fists, the sound echoing through the room. It's a signal for all auxiliary conversation to cease, and the class obeys. Despite the sudden furniture reviews, the teacher doesn't look agitated. Rather, he's got a massive grin on his face. The phrase winning smile comes to mind. Right then, the pale pterodactyl holds what looks to be a metallic tray on a stick. Good morning, class. Thank you, Raptor Jesus, for forcing me to wear prescription shades. My classmates are all wincing in pain and wiping at their eyes. Welcome to AP Art Design. He holds up the stick haphazardly. This is a flash pan. Saw it in an antique store yesterday and thought it would be a good introduction. It's not important. Worthless, actually. Oh. The class winces as the stick is chucked into the garbage bin and shattered. Excuse my absence yesterday. I had matters to take care of elsewhere. My name is Mr. Iyadakan. With the blink of an eye, the teacher has replaced the sun on a stick with a fancy marker. He's holding feather, and managed to scrawl his name across the board in the finest show of calligraphy. I shall be your guide as we explore the expanse of the creative world. Let's not dilly-dally then, shall we? For a teacher, he's very animated. This first week we'll be going in-depth on the history of the fundamentals of art. Perhaps a little trial by fire as well, just to get your creative juices flowing. There's murmurs from my classmates as I pay them no mind. In fact, the prospect of doing some creative work to create something I could possibly show off, for a brief moment, I picture my own name on a placard in the hallway outside the principal's office. For now, though, I'd like you all to open up your book to page 3. Right, my book... Uh-oh. Wait, what book? Wait. Looking around, I see that everyone else has a novel-sized hardcover book opened. Oh, they must have gotten them yesterday. Ellipses. Now then, class, we'll be starting with... Hesitantly, I raise my hand. Mr. Lotikin? Iadikin, sir? I don't have a book yet. You don't how? The substitute passed all of them out yesterday. Oh. His eyes flicker open a second as he connects some internal dots. The word on the street is that some new kid got concussed so hard he had to leave early. Did the street at least mention I was doing well before that? Oh, of course not. You're Mr. Nito, then. Yes, sir. Given the circumstance, I'll let it slide. For now, why don't you share with one of your classmates? After class, I'll write you a note you can give to the librarian. Thank you, sir. I've never had to call a teacher sir, and I never would. I kind of regret being late, because the only person I can realistically share with is the person to my side. Who is it? So, hey. It's her! It's the girl! It's the Gator! Wait a minute. Let me drink water. Wasn't she the one speeding through the hallway yesterday? Just like back then, I feel her gaze, piercing and cold, as if she's not even seeing me next to her. Would it be okay to share the book? It'll only be for today. Instead of a verbal response, she lets out a defeated low groan, like I just spit in her cereal. She then huddles back over her page. Well, gee, sorry I asked. It's only the first real day. Maybe I won't need it. Okay, Olivia, come on, share with him this one time. I already told him that I'd personally resolve the issue. Just help me out here, okay? She responds by making a show of sighing deeply while rolling her head back and around. Ordinarily, there'd be a groan to go with a gesture, but she remains silent because she's a disgusting reptile. Her head now she's kind of cute. Her head hangs low in defeat, and she nudges the book a few centimeters closer to me. Thanks. I slide my own desk closer, just enough that I can read the page. While our teacher orates the page as if reading from Death of a Hunter, I follow along while simultaneously trying to capture anything that stands out into my notebook. A lot more difficult than expected, as Mr. Yadkin seemed to put emphasis on every word he spoke. I felt like I was just copying the page wholesale. My eyes turned from the book to the girl's notes and scritch. There were some very murderous-looking claws on her fingertips. For a split second, I see them retract. She wipes her fingertips on a small hand towel and, whoa, the claws extend again into a bright red puddle on her desk. A singular red-colored claw is pressed on her paper for a moment and then quickly tugged and twirled and twisted, leaving behind a bright red cursive sentence on the page. Cool. Okay, so she's writing with her own blood. That's pretty metal. Those silver irises flick my way once more. What? What you're doing, that looks pretty cool. A hint of red. She's blushing. Creeps across the girl's cheeks. She looks back at the book and hunches her shoulders as high as she humanly, dinily can. Huh? She's now leaning over her notes too, even using the book as extra protection for those pages. I should be focusing on my own notes. Yeah. An impossible task now, though, as the colorful calligraphy next to me has piqued my curiosity. The quill Talon continues to delicately etch notes onto her page. I like that seems to actually be paying attention in school, as opposed to, I feel like this character in a different story would be like, you know, the complete kind of wild child, not care about school at all. I think that's Deltarune, actually, is what I'm thinking of. Anyways, and it only leaves the page to dip into what seems like a tiny paint palette at the edge of her desk. The claw extends again, and now there's a faint rumbling. Grrr. Hey. I hadn't meant to get caught up in it. Sorry, I wait for her to give me a name. She doesn't. She simply returns her focus to the book between us. I wonder what her deal is. In either case, I turn my attention back to class. Hopefully, I can make up for lost time. It's hard to ignore the Gator girl, though. Especially when those icy gray eyes of hers feel like icicles poised to stab through me. Hey, wait a second. Those hand motions, she's not writing anything now. She's drawing. Aw, she's artistic. How cute. Well, it's none of my business, but I am rather curious. I make a show of leaning back to yawn. Now I can see it's... Oh, it's a calligraphic doodle of me. There's no mistaking it. That's my jacket and sunglasses. That's pretty cool. Nobody's ever really drawn me before. So is she drawing with her own blood, or is it like she has her own... I think maybe she has her own thing of ink, of just red ink that she's drawing with using her claws. Well, there were those others on the first day of school, but that's different. They weren't using their own claws or ink. Aw, man, I can't wait. I gotta ask for a closer look. Hey. What? Your picture is super cool. Can I see it? She glares me in the eyes, but slowly brings out the sheaf she was doodling on. With the paper more visible, I can just barely make out all the important details. The line work is sharp, Each stroke an organic curve that, when combined, formed what had to be me. It even had my glasses, in the negative space of the head. Though, what was with the multiple swervy lines coming out of my drawing's head? Dude, this is great. She rolls her eyes and starts retracting the page. Can I take a picture of it? A pause. Why? No one's ever done something like that for me. I want to remember it. She passes the paper over to me. Oh, we're gonna be friends. She's not the evil, mean girl. It's yours. Whoa, really? Thanks. Don't mention it. But don't. She's nice. After a grueling period, made worse by my own anxiety, the bell rings to set us free. Finally, freedom at last. Oh, just stay for a minute longer, Inko. I get some sideways glances from the other students as they leave, no doubt suspecting I'm a teacher's pet already. With a few strokes from his pen, Yadakin hands me a note. Just show this to the librarian, and she'll hand you your books. On your way now. A quick trip to the library earns me my missing books. Where's the librarian? I even get a fancy laminated library card. Lodikin or Yadakin. This introduction to his class certainly has made me excited for photography next. First stop, though, lunch. Can't take pictures on an empty stomach. And between my lackluster breakfast and gym class, I'm starving. Yeah, I think his first name, it does start with an I. Despite my hunger, though, I'm stopped dead in my tracks as I look around the cafeteria for a place to sit. The whole place is overtaken by lawless anarchy. I've never seen a riot this intense. A few students have even crawled halfway up the wall, hanging by the decorative vines. Food flies everywhere, utilized as ammunition rather than sustenance. And yet, the security guard by the door isn't moving. This must be acceptable. I shudder to think what would be bad enough to warrant him taking action. I've never seen anything like this at any of my old schools. But more importantly, all the cliques have already formed from the previous day. I missed my chance to sit. You have the guy that you're sitting with, Damien. Wait, it's only the second day. Why am I acting as though it's too late for anything? Yo, Nico. I'm shoulder-checked from behind by what feels like an oversized fist or undersized boulder. If I wasn't already by a wall, I would have either been sent sprawling or made into roadkill. When I turn about, I'm met with Damien's toothy grin. Ow, what? What, already forgot about me? You don't gotta be anywhere, right? Yeah. You stuttered. Come on, we're going somewhere. May as well, right? Damien excitedly motions at me to follow through the traffic of students going about the lunchroom. Peering through the crowd, waving me over, and disappearing again like he's outrunning something. It's a good thing I hadn't gotten my own lunch yet. It'd be dumped on the ground by about 3 elbows and a slap ago. Through the clamoring, I hear something about a turf war restarting that with the new year, and that megalodons will continue to rule. Aren't they all in the water, though? Somewhere mixed in is an undeniable sound of a steel chair clattering to the ground. This place is an actual war zone now. How on earth is Damien able to weave through these guys so easily? Eventually, he leads me to the far corner of the room, and to his usual lunch table. Hey, you're alive! I think one of my ribs is cracked. That's just the school spirit you're feeling. Oog. I feel less like a person and more like a well-used punching bag. I finished stretching my wounded back and actually checked the table. It's basically empty. There's only one other person here. It's her! The Gator girl gives an unamused raised brow. Hey, you? Oh snap, you know Olivia? Olivia, yeah, right. The one and only. Why didn't you tell me you met already? Because I only sort of did. We're in the same class. Ah, okay, I get it now. Still, that sounds awesome. All my lunch buddies are artists. All? Oh yeah, there's usually a third in our group, but she's out screwing around in school business. She'll probably be back tomorrow. Student council stuff can't take that long, right? What's she need with the student council? Oh, she doesn't need anything with the student council. She's in it. She's the treasurer. The treasurer? Something like that. What do you think, Olivia? Olivia just grunts in reply. She doesn't even bother to look up from her lunch tray. Aren't you an artist too, Damien? Nah, I don't got the patience to sit around for hours like that. So you're not taking advantage of the art programs here? Don't really need them. Home's just real close by. Only other artist here today is Olivia. His arms wave over Olivia as if he was presenting her at an auction or something. For her part, the Gator girl just grunts again. Well, what do you think? What do you do then? Well, what do you do then, Olivia? Finally, she looks up, turning an indifferent look my way. Nothing. Did she say something? What was that? The ambient war noises are a bit too loud. Can't hear a thing. Sorry, I can't hear anything you're saying over the... Don't sweat it, she's just the real quiet type. I paint! Hold on for 1 second. I have to message my brother that this isn't what it looks like. Whoa, hey. Holy hell, her voice sounds so raspy as if she'd never drunk a drop of water in her life. Guess I hadn't noticed it before when she gave me those one-syllable responses, but for someone's voice to be strained from a single shout... She furrows her brow and looks back down at her lunch. Oh snap, we've been standing around for a while. He sits back in his own seat and takes a huge bite of mystery meat steak. Right, food. After the workout and poor breakfast today, I'm particularly famished now. But the line, all eyes look to where the lunch line should be, and it's become a full-blown riot. Someone's got a fire extinguisher trying to stop it. Oh, I probably should have waited for you to get yours. Oops. Damien returns to his steak, rather aggressively, but who am I to question dino etiquette and the act of using one's foot to anchor the food for tearing? Suddenly, the sound of squeaking rubber draws both of our attentions to Olivia. She's holding on to one of her wheels, having just skidded it across the granite floor. Oh, what's up? She tilts her head back towards the courtyard door behind us. Looks like there's a few vending machines out there. Huh, I guess I'll go check them out. I leave the group behind to try and go get lunch. Not a fan of soda and chips for a meal, but it's enough for wartime survival. Hey, this thing accepts credit cards. Handy. I'm feeling like... My favorite color is drywall store brand soda. Pretending to be on a diet, baked chips. A huge idiot. I'm going to get a sports drinks. I liked baked chips. I think they're pretty good, so I'm going to go with that. I pick out a few other brands I recognize. Enough to tide me over for the rest of the school day. I bend over to pick up the bags from the dispenser slot, and that green chick's looking at me. She notices me gazing at her and hunches over again hurriedly. What's that all about? Right, making new friends. I buy a few extra sodas for the table. Carrying everything back in both arms, I place them on an empty spot, sliding a can of soda to Damien. He looks at me like I just tossed him a gold bar. Whoa, dude. Thought said something else there for a second. The Dilo boy's mouth opened wide as he chomps on the bottle of the can, his fangs piercing the thin metal and spraying its content down his gullet. I toss some over to Olivia as well. She eyes it as though a booby trap before taking a bag of chips. Damien sighs happily as he chucks the shredded remains of his can away. So did you just shotgun the soda? Caffeine ambrosia. What were we talking about before? Olivia's art, right. She's really good, Inky. Like, you wouldn't believe. Can you at least stick to a nickname? Really? Oh, totally. She's like won awards and stuff. She has? Can I see them? In fact, I could snap some glamour shots for you. No need, dude. I've already got pictures on my phone. No, I mean, hold on. I pick my backpack up from the floor and unzipping it and retrieving my beloved camera from it. I'm actually into photography. The Dino Man reaches for the well-aged DSLR, and on instinct, I swat his hand away. Hey! Sorry, force of habit. What do you think, Olivia? She eyes me up and down with the same furrowed brow. Aren't you the guy that ate dirt in gym yesterday? Yep. No. Oh, a new pose. I shoot Damien a quick, dirty glance before returning to look at Olivia. It wasn't that bad. It was pretty bad. It wasn't, and how does everyone seem to know about it? Damien looks aside sheepishly. I may have had a hand in spreading the story around. I thought it was funny. Don't worry, though. Everyone has some embarrassing story. One time, I got my frills stuck in the bathroom stall. I didn't need to know that. It took him an hour to get it out. See, everyone's got something. Olivia pops a chip into her jaws, her face looking out to nowhere as if she's thinking of something. You know, I think she's cute. She's nice. Damien leans close to me. One of his frills extends to hide from Olivia, but we're not going to show it. Dude, I haven't seen her talk this much during lunch since last year. She said 3 things and one of them was a grunt. Why the secrecy? It's like a secret meeting. Those are cool. Uh-huh. But yeah, this is something else. She's really warming up to you, I can tell. He sits back down properly. Honestly, this whole thing is a little creepy. She's probably not a bad person to talk to, but Damien isn't helping any. You know, I'm thinking about this. Going on 7 years ago, more than 7 years ago, Doki Doki Literature came out as kind of a parody of these ridiculous romance visual novels. And now, look how far we've come. I'm very happy. As eager as I am to make new friends this year, this is definitely not how I thought it would pan out. Maybe it's best that I get through lunch quickly and quietly. At least I have a spot during lunch. A spot to sit during lunch, not like I'd have any other options. Ah, there you are, Inko. A voice rings out to greet me, which catches our attention. I see a familiar, bespectacled face walk over to us with a lunch tray in his hands. Glad to see you've made it to lunch this time. Oh, hey, Ben. I'm guessing you and Inky have already met. I've introduced myself after I bumped into him the other day. Speaking of bumps, you should have seen Inky here yesterday. Damien lets out a cackle and slaps me on the back, igniting the gym pains in my body and almost knocking my glasses off. Ben gives a concerned half smile. This must be my eternal torment for the rest of the semester. What, having friends? Yeah, about yesterday. Ben looks down the aisle of chattering students and signals to someone with his head. Standing 10 feet away from us is an imposing-looking dinosaur girl, alright. With blonde hair, alright. Crimson scales, okay. Sporting a fiery red leather jacket. Is it a dragon? Ben motions for her to come closer with a soft smile on his face and a nod. And she smiles back through her own, though her own is noticeably strained. Okay, I'm here. What is she going to look like, chat? She slowly makes her way over, and I notice how some of the students begin to quiet down as she passes them by. Not feeling it. As she gets closer, her intense presence invades me. And even though we're about the same height, I feel like I'm an ant about to get crushed under her boot. Somewhere in me, a synapse connects her face to me tasting bright red rubber yesterday. I really wish it hadn't. Inko, Mia here has something to say to you. Mia stays silent, but strides the last couple steps rigidly to stand in front of me. She sucks in air through her teeth. Sorry. The corner of the girl's lips start to rise. I didn't mean to knock your lights out. Oh, she's the bad girl. That's the thing. Because, yeah, I've seen some streams of the Snoop game. And I guess the premise of that is that you become friends with the bad girl. Or you date the bad girl or something. So I guess this might be a subversion of that. We get the nice girl. The girl lets out a laugh and lays an arm around my shoulder, her smile growing wide once more. Heat creeps along my face as her muzzle nears mine. Chat, this is getting lewd, especially when a puff of hot air blows by the lobe. The heat is torn away when I feel her fingers dig roughly into my shoulder and her sharp hiss of a whisper scrapes my eardrum. That ball was me being nice, Baldy. Screw the class over, and I'll fucking end you. Nodding in understanding, Mia pushes away from me with a small cheer. See? All clear now, Benny boy. Mia, that's not quite... Boo, you know how I am. Her eyes flutter as she looks his way. Yes, I know, but you promised you would be nicer. I know, and I was. So, I'll be seeing you later tonight, Benny. Oh, just like we promised. She waves us off collectively and backs into the crowd, vanishing before either one of us could fully process her words and actions. Damien nudges my side. Dude, I think she likes you. That's funny. Ben sighs. Sorry about that, Inko. I heard earlier about what happened at PE and connected the dots. Mia comes off as rough around the edges, but she's actually really sweet, is she? I'll talk to her about it more later. You and her, huh? Hey, yeah, since the start of high school. Oh, lucky you. The classic jock and nerd pairing. Sounds like you're living the dream. You know it. But yeah, I'm sorry your first impression of her isn't ideal. Wow, what a Chad. It's fine, it was just like dodgeball, not like she was... It was just dodgeball, not like she was looking to do something. Yeah. Damien? Damien looks up from the rest of his meal, having selectively heard his name. Could you not spread rumors about your fellow classmates? No worries, Nico and I are cool. That still doesn't make it right. Sure, yeah, sure, yeah. He gives Ben a lazy salute. Ben merely sighs as he places his tray on the table and makes himself comfortable on the seat next to me. As he settles in, Ben notices my camera still out on the table. Oh, is this your camera, Inko? Huh? Oh yeah, I was showing it to Damien and Olivia earlier. May I? I feel my instincts kick in for a moment before remembering that Ben also works with the camera. Sure, have a look. I watch as Ben gingerly picks up my camera and gives it a thorough inspection. I must say, as far as standard DSLRs go, yours is of very good quality. Okay, Harry Potter. It's nothing too special, really, just something I picked up a while back. Well, you have good taste in camera models. He hands me back my camera, to which I place it back into my backpack. Thanks. With something like that, it'd be easy to get some great shots. Well, I do have a small collection in a portfolio drive. A portfolio? Ah, man, I'd only just got mine a month ago. I bet you've got like a dozen pieces to choose from for the New Year's art contest. The what? He missed that announcement. What announcement? Where am I? Who are you people? He's in a fever dream. He's actually just a child playing with, like, dinosaur toys. The school has an annual art contest at the start of every new year. The winner gets a small cash prize, but the bigger prize is the fact that the winner's piece is submitted for... Oh, she's left. For publication in a couple big-time magazines. Oh. Oh, wow. That sounds awesome. Of course, that also means a lot of students plan ahead and work all summer for something to submit. Did you do anything for it, Ben? You know it. Well, good luck. Liz said she turned in the perfect piece yesterday. Okay, now I'm interested. Finally, a chance to show my real skill at something I'm good at. Hey, Olivia could help you out. With your shots and her art, you two could totally win. Right, Olivia? Olivia? We all turn our heads to Olivia, only to realize that she's disappeared. When did she leave? Confused, I scan around the cafeteria as my eyes manage to spot her through the crowd of students. She's rolling away towards the cafeteria doors, and quickly. Just like that, I lose sight of her as fast as I had seen her. I turn to look at Damien and Ben. Damien not only looks puzzled, but also disappointed for some reason. Ben, meanwhile, well, he almost looks annoyed that Olivia left. Guess she hasn't changed. So it seems. The venomous sting to his words make me feel like there's more going on than I'm aware of. I decide not to try to pry into it, and instead bring the conversation back. Well, I still want to try. You can upload your submission onto the school's website. Oh, then I'll need an account. You don't have one? Don't think so. I've been told they'll get me that stuff by the end of the week. Sounds about right. Alright, so I said I'd stream for about 2 hours. I have to say, I like this. This is very sweet. As weird as it is, and I don't know where it's going, this is actually really nice. You could tell this is made by people that are kind of fans of visual novels, but just kind of wanted to make their own because they didn't like the stuff they had already seen. They just kind of like wanted to make this, like, you know, we're not a complete nerd, but you know, we have some nice friends. People here are cool. I am tentatively thinking of streaming this, of coming back to this Thursday, because I actually like this quite a bit, and I want to get through some more. And I want to go for longer, but I have not streamed like this for a very long time and had to do that much reading, so I think I'm going to call it quits here. I'll come back later this week. So for the few of you, I know I'm just got back to streaming on Twitch, thank you for showing up. So yeah, God bless everybody. Be on the lookout for cute dinosaur girls, and have a good day. Hello gamers. Hello anybody watching. I'm sure it'll pick up later, but I'm gonna get some links out. So if anybody wants to watch, they are welcome to come in and hear my sexy voice. Oh, there's a couple people here. Hello. Hold on a minute. Oh. Copy another link. Give me a moment. How is anybody doing today? I just did my grocery shopping for Friday. Gonna make tacos, delicious beef tacos with baked tortilla shells, soft flour tortillas, Hungarian wax peppers, red bell peppers, fresh limes, ground beef, bacon, cheddar, an aged New York cheddar, and hot sauce, and some mild, medium organic salsa. It's gonna be good. Kind of just want to listen to the music. Chill vibes. First time chat, Ohio. Well, good morning to you, too. Well, let's not waste any time. Saucy images are on, so I'm expecting to see a lot of pesto, Alfredo, and the other sauce. I should learn the names of the mother sauces. There's 5 main sauces that you need to know when cooking. But I'm not a professional cook, I'm a home cook. So, let's play. When we last left our hero, Anon, Incognito, we are the only human at a high school full of dinosaurs. We have made friends with I don't remember his name, and we're also friends with the nice little art girl in a wheelchair named Olivia. Since then, I watched Arch Warhammer stream the original Goodbye Volcano High, and it's the fan-made game made by the people that would go on to make this. And man, this is such a massive improvement over both of those. Anyways, our quest to romance an alligator continues. Ben, he is the nerd class president, I think, that Tux is trying to introduce us to everybody. He's dating the mean girl, so that's pretty cool. And this handsome young fellow on the right is our new friend. I'll figure out his name when it comes to it. Then why the wait? Nobody wants to deal with it. Guess I'll wait then. Ben scratches the side of his head. If you guys can't hear me, if there's any audio issues, please let me know. I think there's someone in Stuco that can help you out, actually. I think that's student council. It's the treasurer's duty day today. So that's where Liz ended up. Oh, that's our friend Damien. I don't know any names, so maybe. I guess I'll get to meet Liz sooner rather than later. Then take care of that before lunch is over then. See you in class, Ben. Sure thing. Later, Damien. Deuces, man. Tell Liz I said hi. I grab some of the leftover snacks from the table in my backpack and head out of the cafeteria. We bribed these people with snacks to make them our friends. Finally, I can show off my skills. Show that I'm just as capable an artist as anyone else here. Oh, I still have the title as I'm streaming this on Twitch because I'm too embarrassed to do it on YouTube. Yeah, that's still true. Ellipses. Ellipses. We're in the computer lab. That, my dear chat, if you don't remember it, because I'm old now. So when I was in elementary school, middle school, the computer lab was the only air-conditioned room in our school. So when it was getting hot towards the summer, or maybe really early on in the year in September, it was really nice to be in there. And using those classic old Windows 98s to play Mavis Beacon Teaches Typing, Roller Coaster Tycoon, and SimCity. Ah, those were the days. Anyways, the computer lab is an offshoot from our library. As for the library itself, aside from an expected emphasis on anatomy, drawing guides, and the like, it's pretty standard. Not to brag, but the school I was at for my freshman and junior years had a library with 2 floors. Probably should have read a thing or two with all those resources. I'm getting off topic. The computer lab is the focus. The calm tranquility of the library is overtaken by the organized sterility of the lab. 40 standardized sets of computers and monitors line the walls, forming a panopticon around the desk reserved for the teacher in the middle. I remember them being organized differently in elementary school, but for a few years now, I've just been seeing this formation. Sounds to me like someone got caught one too many times working on more risque art pieces, but we're not going to show that. The monitors are all turned on, but only one's logged in. Wait, there's no one here. Damien and Ben said Liz would be here, though. Maybe she's in the bathroom? I'm not one to pry or snoop around, but I'm really pressed for time here. On screen, I see PDFs and documents. They look finance-related, and with abbreviations and jargon, I don't understand. 1 minute. Maybe I can figure out how to create an account of my own. No, you won't. What are you doing? Let me see. Is there sound? Should there not be sound right now? Okay. Says a long neck. Ah! Haunted high school. I didn't mean to scare you. Oh, she's cute. Chat. Oh, thank Lizard Jesus. It's just a dino girl with an extremely long neck and not a specter, a spook, a ghast, a geist. No, really, what were you doing to the fiscal report I was working on? I didn't do anything. Oh, okay. I've been working on that all day. Why did you touch it? I didn't. I only minimized it, I swear. Right, I'm here for a reason. Are you Liz? The Brachiosaurus furiously reopens all her windows and types out some information before acknowledging me again. Excuse me? Damien told me... Ben is a nerd. I like Damien. He's our bro. I met Damien. He said he'd have to wait for you to sort out my login stuff. Damien mentioned me. Oh, you're the guy who got smeared into the ground in gym class yesterday. Yeah, I'm Liz. Whoa. Inco. But yeah, I'm new here, so I need an account. Not a problem at all. Liz sits down and cracks her knuckles. I didn't know she had knuckles. I don't know. I don't know why I didn't think she had knuckles. Dinosaurs had bones. That's how we found the fossils. Never mind. And starts typing away at the keyboard. Alright, I'll see if I can get that done for you. In a flourishing display of spreadsheets and software experience, yeah, she knows how to use Excel. That is the one job skill that you really need. College doesn't matter outside of a certificate. Learn how to use Excel, and it will take you further than most education will. And it navigates and organizes several documents in seconds. I always had the general idea that there were a lot of shortcuts and commands, but yeesh. She's resourceful. So, you're an artist too? Since you want to enter the contest so bad. Oh yeah, there's an art contest, cool. Oh yeah, I'm a photographer. Yeah, how are you liking here so far? Well, I got knocked out by our horrifying chimp, No, that was Ben's girlfriend, is the one who knocked us out with the ball. Well, students here usually jump to asking about what they're graduating here for, so they can more easily form connections and collaborate, so excuse me if I might be going too fast. So, is she a student or a teacher? No, not at all. I'm a bit more at ease now that you just explained it. It's pretty good, although I feel bad about missing most of the first day. It's not a big deal. Guess not. Although, truth be told, I see those paintings framed in the hall by the principal's office, and it does put a bit of a rein on my parade. Oh, those. Yeah. I get what you mean. I'm gonna give her, like, the, what's the secretary in Ghostbusters name? I'm gonna give her that voice. I think it's like that by design, honestly. Something about breaking the students' egos. Then you end up wanting to improve like crazy so you can reach your goals. At least that's what happened to me. Yeah, that's unsettling. I'm planning on going to university and getting degrees in design and business. Graphic design is my passion. And that's just the start. I'm also starting to become an apprentice for art dealings. Getting the right paintings for the right people, you know. My tutors said I'm impressive enough that I should start enrolling for any and all kind of the important universities around the country I'd like. Are we in Dino USA? Wow. I mean, I'm also pretty well off myself. But it never occurred to me that I should be this ambitious. Thank you. What about you? I'm going to be an influencer, blogger, be crazy popular. I'm going to publish a photography magazine. I don't know, but it's going to be big. I want the more professional option. We're a Chad. I don't want to be a stupid Zoomer influencer. I'm going to publish a photography magazine. That sounds cool. Goals. Well, it's something. At least more than a lot of people here. What do you mean? Like, half the school may as well just be a daycare. Well, welcome to to most modern corporate jobs. Sorry if it sounds rude. We've got these school programs and even industry professionals coming in for lectures. But it's like some people are here just because their friends happen to be here too. No big plans, it seems. Yeah. What? You mean like Damien? Yeah, shouldn't have mentioned. I think she likes Damien. Chat, I think she likes Damien. He's still cool though, don't get me wrong. I hope me talking about him to you doesn't come across as douche. He's definitely the friendly type. He even partnered with me in gym class and dragged me along to sit with him at lunch with our new Gator girlfriend. Is that so? Yeah, he was really excited about it too. And then he introduced you to Olivia as well and tried to break the ice so she could come out of a shell. Even though she's not a turtle, she's a gator. Yeah, how'd you know? Oh boy, I'm sorry about that, Inko. Well, is Damien messing with me? No, Damien's great. He's just, you know, maybe a little too eager. If he considers you a friend to him, he'll want to be our friend too. You know how it is. Specifically, he'll want you to be Olivia's friend. What's wrong with that? Nothing at all. But you've seen Olivia, you can tell she's a bit crippled. Unresponsive. Okay, no, yeah, her legs are unresponsive. Doesn't really like to talk to anyone, not even Damien. So you could definitely try to be our friend, but just know that she'll likely ignore you. You don't like Olivia? You bitch? I mean, what? No, I do. She's fine, I guess. Just, I sit with her during lunches after all. Oh, she's the fourth friend. Yeah, Damien said that there were three of them that usually sit at lunch. Now they're the fourth. I'm sure you'll get along with us just fine. I'd love to see Olivia make a friend. Just don't get too invested in her trying to get her to warm up to you, because she's a cold-blooded lizard. Damien will always be down to hang out, though, and I certainly don't mind. But he's mine. It's just that him and Olivia are nigh inseparable, so if the deal turns you off, then it's not your fault either. There's history to that warning. Inseparable, so they're like GF and BF, an e-girl and an incel? No, they just live in the same house. Oh. Wait. Are they like siblings or what? Damien's also just incredibly patient and outgoing. I envy him.
But yeah, he'd like nothing more than everyone getting along like best buddies. Unless you're like Damien and can be pleasant to a brick wall forever, your time's probably better spent elsewhere. That's where the Khajiit live. So, how serious are you about your ambitions? Pretty serious, I think. Liz nods. Something to keep in mind then. It's a struggle, but like Damien says, we all gotta keep trying, right? Liv gives me a half-hearted smile, but she still seems sad about something. Anyway, sorry for talking your ear off about private matters. You still want to get that submission turned in? She stops for a second on one tab to scan for something. And got it. She motions her head to the back of the printer, back of the room at the printer as it hums to life. I get up and get the paper. Both my username and password here are strings of numbers. I take a snapshot of the username and password so I won't have to remember it. Thanks. Anyways, you should hurry. Lunch is ending soon. Right, according to the time display on the monitor, I've only got 10 minutes left. I followed the instructions on the printout, finally getting to the student hub of the site. And thankfully, the art contest is displayed prominently across it. Clicking through a couple of links, I finally find the submission instructions. It's simply a matter of putting my entry details as the name of the file and dragging it into the school's shared drive. Plugging in my portable portfolio hard drive, I create a copy of my magnum opus. Then a quick rename, drag it here, and bell, just in time. I can take the extra minute to safely undock my hard drive and then log off the computer. Looking back to Liz, she's completely wrapped up in her work. Don't think interrupting her is a good idea, especially after what she said about Olivia and our own time. I have to simply leave her be, heading out of the room and the library for class. What's our next class going to be? After all, it's time for the class I'd be looking forward to the most. Study hall. This day is certainly turning out better than yesterday. Ellipses. Hope I didn't just jinx it for myself. Ellipses. My nerves have been acting up when I first stepped back into the class. We're in the same classroom. Made even worse when I was hit with another flashbang. Oh, it's this guy. I don't know how his name is spelled. After my 20 other classmates have finished laughing, Mr. Yadikin made a show of waving a freshly taken photo from the fancy fold-up camera from the 70s. The 68 million and 70. I dubbed this portrait L'étudiant sans police. Sans poise. I almost got it perfect, chat. I'm not even that good at French. After he'd thumbtacked the shot on a cork board filled with poor snapshots of everyone else, Mr. Yadkin reassured me and sat me right next to Ben. He managed to sum up his syllabus under a minute, and instead, taking the majority of time to go over our first lesson and assignment on exposure and lighting. With each new light fixture he brought out, I felt my mind swirl with the new possibilities of old shots. See, this is how you actually teach. You teach kids something that they're actually interested in. If you're not interested in the subject, you're not going to learn anything. If I only had that then, I could have used that there. Now that you've had a small taste of it, we'll start on your first photography assignment, proper lighting. I'm salivating at the thought. Mr. Yadkin, or Lodikin, I don't care, had just finished his first lesson when he'd handed out all sorts of equipment to look over. Hello, John 50. It's the first time I've handled some of these things, like the enormous box light that was still taking up the entirety of my desk. Yes, glad to see you too. Yeah, I think I didn't put the HTTPS or whatever before the link. It should still be in like the previous comment community note. I'll fix it for next time, or I'll just include a permanent link for Twitch. Remember though, that these are just tools meant to enhance the photo. You can highlight a turd all you want, and it's still a turd. The crude language guarantees a chortle from the few half-listening students. The teacher looks over the clock and hums. Well, I see that we managed to finish this lecture a tad bit early. Why don't you all take these last 10 minutes to compare notes? Even consider doing the assignment as a collab piece with a classmate. I don't want to do a collab with Harry Potter. The room is quick to fill with the sounds of chatter. I wonder if Hey! I turn to Ben and see his eager grin. Do you want to do a joint piece? Think he's out... What's a good nerd voice? Since he's out now any good spots in the school and all. No, they're all turning into, like, old Jewish men. No. I pull out the assignment from beneath the lightweight light on my desk and give it a quick scan again. Present a set of photos demonstrating your understanding of proper lighting. You are allowed to borrow one lighting tool and must take the shot on school premises. I swear, I've handed out this assignment for years now. If one more student just takes a picture of a hallway outside of the classroom, I'm going to personally throw them over the railing. Based. Be original, please. We've got the perfect place for it. If we work together, we can even use 2 items. The offer is too tempting. Sure. My old Jewish friend, nerd friend, Harry Potter. I hand out my hand and Ben takes and shakes it, sealing the pact. My face is feeling weird from all the smiling today. But in truth, I had been enjoying Mr. Yadikin's class so much that I couldn't stop. It's zooming in. What's going on? How far is it going to zoom in? I want to see how far it zooms in. Okay. Feels like I've got the entire world to gain from Mr. Yadikin's lesson. And the entire world to explore ever since the move I hadn't had time to actually explore. Volcaldera Bluffs. Sure, on occasion I go out on my own to parks and stuff, but who doesn't? Besides, I'd be a pretty lame photographer if I didn't go out and find stuff to photograph. And you know what? I've been meaning to do a little looking around here. So to everyone else, this assignment makes them have to explore the school, but I get to. See, that's a good attitude to have. Pretty sweet deal, if I do say so myself. The hall outside the classroom is only one major photo op. Between that and the murals outside, I'm certain to find something cool. So wait, does he just want to like take pictures of other people's paintings and like that's his art? Or am I reading that wrong? No, the murals won't work on their own. Since it was my first thought. Oh, yeah. Since it was my first thought to use them, that means it's likely someone else's first thought. I need to think outside the box a bit, and think of some way to use the school's architecture to my advantage in a way that's... Ingo. My thoughts are disrupted by a worried-looking Ben. Maybe you should see a doctor, man. Head injuries are no laughing matter. I'm fine. What were you saying? I was asking how you were doing, you know, with school and classes now. Oh, right. Doing good. Really good, actually. I'm in a class that I'm 100% enjoying and starting to make some genuine friendships. Not with you, though, lol. Compared to the disaster of yesterday, today has been astoundingly positive. That's good to hear. Yeah, you've got some friends now. Great, and what about your art submission? Was Liz able to help? There's something nibbling at the corner of my thoughts at the mention of the long-necked girl. Yeah, she gave me my long end stuff and everything. Uploading the submission was a piece of cake after all. Awesome, he's throwing the white power sign. I'm kidding, it's not a white power sign. Though, that does make you competition now. Both Liz and I have pieces in the running too. She told me she had submitted something, yeah, and concerned a bit since I didn't have as much time to prepare anything, but hey, everyone's got a chance, you never know. Yeah, she was pretty cool about it, too. That whole friend group is pretty welcoming. I think I'm pretty lucky. Lucky? Ben seems perplexed by my statement. You said something at lunch when Livia vanished. I'm noticing for a silent paraplegic, she sure has a lot of people upset. They're just jealous. I'm noticing, oh, I already read that. You've got some hidden drama with her too, right? No, not really. Wait, two? Who? Yadikin calls out to us, striding over to inspect. I take it you gentlemen are conversing about your assignment together. Of course, Mr. Yadikin. We were just discussing where we take our picture, right, Ben? He's doing the anime pose, hand behind the head. Well, that's good then. Good thing you guys weren't talking about something off topic like gossip. That would be pretty embarrassing use of your time right off the bat, methinks. Where are your teeth? Especially considering you're currently the subject of some fairly humorous gossip, aren't you, Nito, Mr. Nito, first of the dead? I'm awash in a wave of shame from his words. I look at Ben, and I can see he feels it as well. If the air around someone needs clearing, clear it yourself. Yadikin has a point. Maybe once a friendship is established, I can learn. Yeah, no, his first name does start with it. I think I figured this out last time, but yeah, it is I.A. Decan. So, all right, what a stupid name. Is established, I can learn more about her. All right, off you go now. And remember to get your assignment done by the end of the week. The room empties out slowly, and most of my peers are still chatting and discussing their plans for the assignment. Before I can continue talking with Ben about our own project, the Stuco president is already packed up and exiting the room. Guess we'll talk later then. Packing up my own notebook, I wave goodbye to my new teacher, loser, and head off to my next class. Ellipses. Walking into history class. Alright, the good class. History class for the first time. It's about what I expect it to look like. Pictures of historical figures, like Dinosaur Hitler and Dinosaur Genghis Khan. Small relics from various regions, and cartography of the Earth during its final stages. Oh, during its stages of continental drift. Though I noticed that there's a distinct lack of a teacher in this class. Must be finishing up their lunch, I assume. Well, better get a good seat now before they're all taken. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Don't look up what the actual lyrics of that are, chat. This one. It is not catch a tiger by the toe. It was catch a certain slur by the toe in the original. I settle myself into my chosen desk and pull out my history book and notebook along with a pencil. As the classroom fills with more and more students, it becomes a blur of vibrant scales. A few minutes pass and I'm still wondering where the teacher is. The suddenness of the door slamming open stops any and all noise. Dramatic. It's quiet enough to hear a pin drop. The figure walks into class and... oh, it's this guy. Oh, sweet heaven, no. He stands there and stares down at everyone, menacingly. He's the history teacher, too? No. Oh, wait, who is this? Who is this? Who is this? Chat. History teacher. Female history teacher. Thanks for walking me to my classroom, Sully. Of course, Miss Prockling. Scott, black hair and blue eyes, chat. Oh, thank Raptor Jesus he isn't our teacher. The Raptor woman, she's a Raptor too! Adjusts her glasses as she scans around the room before looking down at the paperwork in her hands. Looks like we'll have some late arrivals, but let's get down to business. I know that I introduced myself yesterday, but for any of those who weren't here, her momentary glance at me makes me believe Sully told her about my absence, that son of a bitch. My name is Miss Prockling. She's not married, chat. And this is history class. In this course, we'll be learning about the history of our primeval ancestors and their advancements through history. So she's going to appreciate a very superior, advanced, evolved specimen like a human, right? You can even say that it'll be like going back in time. Doesn't that sound exciting? Despite her admittedly enforced enthusiasm, everyone in class responds with uninterested murmuring. Not sure why, though. This all sounds exciting. She walks over to her desk and places down her pile of folders before flipping open her own special version of the history book. With a click of a button, she also turns on the projector to reveal a prepared slideshow for today's lecture. To learn about the extensive history of the Saurians and their culture is something I've yearned for. If you can turn your books to page 36, we'll begin with the first chapter dealing with the earliest interaction between Saurians and hominids. Ooh, that sounds interesting. Ellipses. I think I jinxed myself. Miss Prockling's history class is a polar opposite of Mr. Yadikin's photography class. While our introduction to the class engaged me at first, things slowed down to an unbearably slow crawl. You don't have any real taste, do you, Inko? My eyes scan over the introductory text of the first chapter. Despite this tension between the two groups, human settlers to the New World would continue to make overtures of trade to the native Velociraptor tribes. Pretty sure I've read this line 3 times now. Hey, I'm interested. I tear my eyes away from the page in the hopes of blinking the boredom away. I look up to see the teacher staring down at the various papers on her desk with a laser focus. I must have stared too long, though, because I end up locked in a staring contest with Prockling. Keep going. You have to win this. It's a sign of dominance. She raises an eyebrow at me. Okay, then, write down notes of pages 3 through 7 about the discovery of the New World. I'm actually more interested about the lore of this world than I am about the romance, to be honest, chat. Without even fully comprehending the words before me, I'm copying down the page down to the letter in my notebook. Absentmindedly, I begin to recall everything that's happened so far with my new classmates. Ben carries himself with a lot of refinement and is easily my first pick as a photography partner. That Mia girl, she doesn't seem to want to make friends. Of course, I could have figured that out from the cold look she gave me yesterday, not to mention the rude hand gesture. Damien's friendly, very friendly, even if he can be a bit too enthusiastic sometimes. And though my first encounter with Liz was brief, I can tell she's dependable. My progress in making friends has been pretty good, all things considered. But then there's Olivia, the now second best girl. So far she's still an enigma, and coupled with the apparent history she has with the others, it makes me all the more curious about her. Liz said it would be a bad idea to get invested, but in the end, it's effectively gossip and hearsay. This had come as something of a shock to me, but... And what do we have here, Miss Halford? The sudden voice of Miss Prockling snapped me out of my thoughts. I leaned my head to see what the teacher is looking at. Wait a minute. Olivia is here too. The two best girls. As luck would have it, I share not one, but 2 classes with Olivia, 3 including lunch. I must have been so jaded from trying to read this textbook that I didn't even notice the girl in the wheelchair. She sat in the front row, diagonally in front of me. And I don't think she's noticed this strange twist of fate herself. Only the second day of the school year and already doodling in class again. It's an art school! She proceeds to pick up the piece of paper from Olivia's desk. Looks like she's been drawing on it, though I can't tell what they are from where I'm sitting. Listen, Olivia, I know history isn't the most exciting subject to learn. No, it is. It is. What are you talking about? But could you at least pretend that you're taking notes? The only response I could hear from Olivia is a heavy sigh before leaning her head back down. While the teacher returns to skulking around the room, Olivia hunches over a notebook. Although I don't think those are notes she's taking. Nah, no one would do something like that with a totalitarian teacher patrolling the room. Even better. And it's an attempt to get all of us to focus, but I'm fighting a losing battle to keep my eyelids from shutting. My jaw is clenched tight to suppress the loud yawn. That actually was just natural. Chet. Even as Miss Prockling skulks right past me just before my drowsiness can overtake me, though I notice minute movement in the corner of my eye. One of my classmates glances up at the teacher, whose eyes are roving over the opposite side of the room and to scribble something down. The paper is then folded into a neat little note, and I watch as the next person carefully unfolds the sheet and also scribbles in it before folding and passing along again. Curiosity thoroughly piqued, I await anxiously in my seat for the paper to get to me. It's a dangerous game, passing the note along so Miss Prockling doesn't see. If I'm participating, does that make me a slacker? The student to my side makes his move to toss the note over, but Prockling starts turning around right then. He flinches and drops the hot potato on my desk in a flash. I nearly slam my own paper over the page to cover it from sight. Miss Prockling continues to lecture about how raptors and humans eventually started to get along because they traded narcotic leaves or something like that. That's fascinating. As you can see on the board here, so did humans become friends with raptors by giving them tobacco? Or was it the other way around? They gave us tobacco. Now, I lift the paper. Luckily, there's plenty of space left. As for what everyone else has drawn, a not-so-solid attempt at a race car. What? Rough sketches of some eyes, a bunch of doodles, names in various stylized fonts that I could only describe as graffiti. And, of course, it's not high school. I knew it! I knew it! I knew it's not high school if someone hasn't drawn a penis. Miss Prockling with sting lines coming off of her. Yeesh, better not get caught with this. That being said, I'm drawing a blank. What should I draw? I don't exactly doodle every day. Drawing stuff for others is a nice gesture. Maybe I'll try to break the ice a bit. Although I don't really know anything about her. Hey, can't hurt to try though, yeah? I could think of a few things to sketch out here. Let's see. What are we going to draw? Oh, we can draw something! Okay. H to hide the drawing UI. Okay. No, I'm not drawing. What should we draw? What should we draw, chat? Let's draw... Let us draw... that cool S. I think I fucked it up already. There, I draw a cool 8. We're gonna give it some horns. It's abstract, you wouldn't get it. Alright. It's like a butterfly. It is kind of like a butterfly. Wait a minute. It's a chunky butterfly. There. Done. And done. I don't have a lot of room to really work with, but as I surreptitiously admire my work I find, that I have a long way to go. Hey! Feels like I'm being mocked by the other doodles. Alright, Olivia's sure to like this. Miss Prockling is still turned around. Alright, if I slip the paper over Olivia's shoulder, I won't have to get up and risk getting caught. And here we go. It's a bit tricky and I hesitate, but the paper meets its destination. She doesn't even look... Aw, she's smiling. She doesn't even look back, just takes the paper eagerly. It's entirely different from how she was acting earlier. Her tail is even swaying from side to side. Oh, is that wagging? Aww. Huh. Alright, now she's gonna see my sketch and possibly think I'm cool. She's not turning around. Well, it's not much, but it could also just... I'll be taking that. Oh no. I even signed my name on it. No! I'll be taking that. As Prockling snatches the paper from Olivia's claws, as she does that, she holds her arms out, shakes a glance at the paper, and a small crack of a smile appears on her face before going back to stoic visage. So this is how you view me, Miss Halford? Prockling holds the paper up for all to see. Everyone in the class does their best to avoid her persecuting gaze. I know that most of you are part of this as well. Look, I'm not asking for much. Please do your assignments when you're in class. It's the least you can do. We were just passing a note at one at a time. She wasn't even paying attention. Yeah, how come all of us are in trouble? I noticed Miss Prockling looked down at Olivia for a moment before letting out a sigh of defeat. Look, since it's only the second day, I'll let this one slide. Okay, she's a cool teacher. But I'm warning you now that I won't be so lenient next time it happens. Otherwise, you'll end up like the last student who decided to be disruptive during class. Pfft, what happened to him? Get a detention slip or something? He got 8. Miss Prockling pulls up the window blinds and pushes the window screen open. She then takes out a walkie-talkie. Solly? Yep. Another hippie. CH4. Uh-oh. Good job, soldier. Now, if we can, let's continue. Okay, that was pretty cool. That was pretty sick. We're on the 2nd floor. I sink back into my seat and continue writing, mainly out of unadulterated fear of experiencing the same wrath from the teacher. This is why everybody is generally very well behaved in the school, because they're allowed to hit their kids, or because they're allowed to beat the students, as it should be. Man, now I feel guilty for Olivia. I was the one to pass her the note after all. Maybe I shouldn't have tried. Well, I can always apologize after class. Miss Prockling places the note and continues with her lecture for another half an hour. With 10 minutes of class left, I see Prockling look at the clock above the door. I then notice Olivia grabbing her attention as if she knew what she's already going to say to her, and the teacher nods her head. Olivia grabs her backpack and shoves all of her stuff into it. In silence, she wheels herself to the door, opens it, and rolls on out. The teacher must have noticed me watching her leave. Accommodations. Well, there goes my chances of saying sorry to her. Feeling defeated, I decide to focus on writing down my notes for the rest of the time left. Although I do wonder, she must have noticed my doodle. My weird butterfly thing. Did she just ignore it then? Class comes and goes, and I head back onto the metro. Ellipses. Another day, You're not making money. Though this time, I pass on the mini breakfast burritos. After how bad they messed me up during PE yesterday, I don't want my stomach to endure that torture again. Instead, I just got a few hash browns from a fast food joint by the metro. I idly scroll through my feed, as I usually do, while the metro jostles about to my destination. It's been a few days now, and the strange scent of extremely cheap detergent and alcohol has become an afterthought. Some of the vines are actually plastic, and the flowers are little air fresheners. Does that mean all of the plants aren't real? Or are some of them real? Just some of the vines? It's not actually something I noticed, more so witnessed when a passenger tried eating one. Here we go. Some of the vines are real, though. For some reason, they go untouched anyways. Maybe they're just not tasty? Vegetarians don't eat the grass in their lawns, after all. Right? Huh. Oh, it's the Superintendent Chalmers. Anyways, the lights have gone out and someone just dropped a wrecking ball next to me. It must be Mr. Ferris. Is he supposed to be a whale, or is he supposed to be a different type of dinosaur? I think he has to be a dinosaur or something, because why would it just be a random whale? Well, we have a monkey as a PE teacher. Good morning, Inko. Good morning. Has work been going okay? It has, slowly, but I'm very thorough. I hate the idea of a place of learning not being an ideal place to learn. I appreciate our talks. Your perspective has really helped me to understand the student body more. Even though you're the only human, you just arrived at the school, and you're a complete loser, you're apparently the perfect person to take advice from you're a perfect example of the average student at this school, despite being the only human. You're welcome. Hey, have you given any more thought to the fashion thing? Why are we talking? Who cares? I have. Although I can't say I really get it. There's plenty to see everywhere if you just look around. He's got to wear a suit for work. Really? Like what? Well, Like, look at the girl at the other end of the car there. Oh, she's cute. I mean, I'm not a furry, scaly. Don't worry about it. It's rather revealing. Yeah, you gotta wear more revealing clothes. I don't think that's really for me. I love my wife. I just mean as an example. Well, there's an event coming up. I could see about trying something new. What would you recommend? That's a good question. What would be good to use here? My inner eye, I conceptualize the coolest possible Ferris. The fresh machine is going full throttle. First, sunglasses. His eyes may be a little too far apart for that. However, a beanie. No. Nope. No. Beanies suck. I hate beanies. Anybody that I've ever seen wear one, 99% of the time, looks like a dickhead. Looks 50% more like a dickhead than not wearing it. Wear a Ushanka. That is a superior warm hat. That will keep your ears warm. It's super soft, and it looks cool. Big guns, fresh jacket, Supreme sticker. There we go. With the coolest possible Ferris. Mr. Nito. Sorry, just thinking. Why don't you start with radial frosted dim room sunglasses, cotton refab beanie number 27, Malcolm seasonal crossbar jacket, sunglasses. Really? That all sounds rather expensive. Who cares? I want to date the alligator. I want to hug that gator. I don't want to talk with Superintendent Chalmers. Yeah, they are. You know what? Try a gold chain necklace. Gold is not inexpensive at all. Yeah, just make sure it's appropriately sized so you don't look silly. I'm sure it would go a long way, and they're pretty cheap to get. Well, alright, I'll take your word for it. You talk about fashion a lot, though. Is it really all everything's about these days? I wish. Of course not. What do you want to know about? What's YOLO mean? I've heard the term. Nobody has said YOLO in like 10 years. Yeah, that was like 5 years ago. Oh. YOLO is such a stupid thing. When I was in high school, and they started saying that. I thought they said yellow at first. So I was like, why is everyone screaming yellow? Mr. Ferris and I talk more about contemporary urban racial slurs until we arrive at our stop. Ah, art. Mr. Yadikin has just started talking about our first project for the class. Aw, she's smiling. She's so cute. As soon as he said the word, Olivia's hand had shot up. Her gray eyes sparkled in excitement, and a smile threatened to crush the perpetual frown etched on her snout. The girl vibrates in her seat. She's levitating as she waves her arm in the air, trying to get the teacher's attention. Sorry. Oh, 8 viewers. That's actually not bad at all. Cool. Thank you, everybody, for coming. I think it'll get even better if I consistently stream. Because as we're about halfway through the stream, I'm going to try and stream for about 2 hours, maybe a little less. I have dinner to make. Yes, I'm going to try streaming on Thursdays at 5, and Sundays maybe at 5 or 6 for about a couple hours. After we're done with this, I'll find something else to play. We won't only be doing visual novels. Yadkin's own smile was strained as he and Olivia engaged in a staring contest with one another. I could only marvel as the two argued with each other without a single word. Eventually, Yadkin was won by turning off the lights and turning on the cheap projector hanging from the ceiling. You Zoomers that have been watching this, you don't know about, like, we didn't have slide projectors. I can't even remember what they were, but they were just like this light projector that you would put like a cell, like a plastic cell of a sheet that had the stuff on it, and it would project it onto the screen. That is old school stuff. When I was in high school, we were still using VHS tapes. Well, okay, not high school, but middle school. We would still watch stuff occasionally on a VHS tape. We did have whiteboards, though. We didn't really use chalkboards at all. After playing a safety video about paint that felt far too graphic for a school setting, I love those so much. I love safety. This is another tangent I'm going on. The best school assemblies were when we had to do safety videos. Our town that I grew up in had a lot of train tracks running through it, so we would have to have an assembly every year about train safety, and they would occasionally, they'd show, hey, if your car ever gets stuck on a train track, leave. Or don't throw rocks at a train. I don't think putting a penny on the train will actually derail it, though. But hey, don't try derailing a train. Don't get on a moving car. I remember, if a train is going to hit your car because somehow you have the worst luck possible and your car just stopped right in the middle of the railroad tracks, you're supposed to go away from and towards the train. So, like, diagonally away from it, because all the debris is going to go from the car is going to go flying the other way. So it actually should be diagonally running towards the train. But yeah, lots of fun graphic stuff about how train accidents. The drug PSAs were also great. They were really fun. So yeah, if you that makes public school somewhat worth it, is to watch these ridiculous over-the-top videos about safety that very few people actually care about. I don't think I'll be able to eat barbecue for a while. Thoroughly defeated. Aw, she's pouting. She's so cute. Olivia crosses her arms and pouts in her seat. And that is why we won't be using any of the more exotic materials for any project. Miss Halford. Ugh, maybe I should have skipped breakfast entirely. Yeah, don't huff the paint or eat it. And if you're using spray paint, do it in an open window. Have ventilation. I know for painting my Warhammer minis, yeah, there is some safety required. And don't spill the paints, they're more expensive than my car. I still don't see the problem. Once you've had all the proper safety handling course, once you've all had the proper safety handling course in the second semester, you'll be allowed to use oil-based paints. Okay, I think you can use oil paints. They have safe oil paints. These are teenagers, not 3-year-olds. Until that time, however, all the assignments will require safer supplies. Now, since we've pivoted to this, might as well finish the full video. The grumpy Gator holds a hand to her throat, mumbling to herself as she grabs a metal flask and drinks from it. Straight whiskey. The entire display from her was mystifying, at odds with how Ben and Liz described Olivia. In fact, it kind of reminded me of me. I can understand why, after all, Yadikin is letting Ben and I use some of his equipment in photography. The thrill of experimentation of new possibilities. No doubt that it brings a creative sparkle to her eyes. Eyes that fill with pure malice as they glare daggers my way. Oh, was I staring? Oops. Before I could offer an apology, she already had her hands on the wheels. She rolls up to Yadikin's desk. He leans forward intently. I can't make anything that's said through the video, but going by the occasional glare back, it's not hard to imagine. Crap, I really didn't mean to offend. Yadikin notices I'm watching and motions me to come forward. Slowly, I shift out of my seat and approach the desk. Alright, is something going on here? Yadikin speaks in a hushed tone just loud enough for me to hear over the makeshift matinee. Olivia's telling me you're making goofy faces at her. No! I said he's been staring at me all through class. Can you blame me? Huh. It's weird, like he's never seen someone like me. This is ableism. Can't you move him to a different seat? Now hold on a sec there, Olivia. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. I'm sure this is just a misunderstanding. Mr. Lycan! It's like she's a different person here. Drinks some more whiskey and brings it to her mouth. You're given a lot of leeway when it comes to seat assignment, but asking for something like this... I just want him to leave me alone. She sips again. What's that about? Oh, she's autistic. Well then, Inko, you tell us. What's on your mind? Can't have disagreements between classmates this early in the year. I'm confused. I didn't know there was any disagreement between us. Well, sometimes it's the little things that you don't even think about that affect people the most. Anything like that come to mind? I shake my head. Olivia's glare doesn't diminish away from my field of view. I mean, I've been a bit curious. Don't talk about it. Curious about her when we sit next to each other, and I've been friends with some of her friends. We all sat together at lunch yesterday. Yadikin nods to himself thoughtfully. Sounds like he just wants to hang out, Olivia. Her face scrunches at the mere thought. Not really interested. She's playing hard to get, chat. He's distracting me from classwork. I want to watch the video without being gawked at. Watch the video! I'm imagining what the other students are doing right now. Sorry, I didn't mean it. Does that resolve the issue for you, Olivia? No, I don't want somebody in this class. More whiskey. She goes to take another sip, but ends up turning the canteen upside down. All out. Grr. Olivia, you can go fill up that thing if you want. You won't be missing anything. The video's nothing you don't already know, I'm sure. She was a lot more friendly the last time we were talking to her. Olivia eyes me suspiciously and slowly moves out the door to the nearest water fountain. Yadikin sighs. Alright. Oh, dramatic music. Or it sounds like a news broadcast is about to start. He leans back in his chair with his arms resting behind his head. Inko, I told you that yesterday if the air needs clearing, you need to do it yourself. Now she's in a mood because you're staring at her like a weirdo. And here I thought you two would get along, even if she gave you that sketch she made of you. She even gave you that sketch she made of you. Truthfully, I'm impressed, but here we are. What's going on, big guy? Well, teacher, I want to hug that Gator. Again, sorry. It's been a pretty busy few days. Yeah, I've gotten into a cool friend group. We all sit together at lunch. Olivia's there, too. Olivia's there. She didn't say much, but I got her a soda. Don't know why she's so upset at me. It's nothing personal, kid. It's not? She's reticent, especially when it comes to... Yeah, she does have autism. If you're at her lunch period, too, I can see why she'd be wary of you. You disgusting, smooth-skinned human. If you don't mind me asking, Mr. Yadikin, yes? Why is she so open with you? How do you mean? Just now, she spoke more in that conversation than all the other times I've seen her yesterday. I saw the canteen. I figured it's something to do with her voice, but it's surprising.
Her water bottle's the other way around. It's unfortunate, but she really just rarely talks at all. I guess she just really trusts me. I've known her since she was a freshman. She seemed to gravitate towards art and how I taught it, and soon enough I took her under my wing. But she lives with Damien, right? He's at the lunch table and she barely talks with him. Still barely talks to him. What do you mean lives together? I want to know what that means. Poor kid. Hope he's doing alright. He seems to be alright. But yeah, she's distant to everyone else. So much I keep hearing weird things about her. Yadikin leans forward in his chair, suddenly attentive. Is this about you gossiping with Ben yesterday? A bit. He showed up to the table and said something about her being the same after she left. Probably some drama there, but I don't want to pry. He nods. But also, Liz told me some weird things too. He stops nodding. I know of her. Is something wrong? No. She just said I shouldn't get invested in being her friend. Everyone's real weird about it, so I was curious for myself. Guess that's why I was looking at her weird. Sorry. Yadikin rubs his temples. Ay. I didn't know that's how it was spelled. It's worse than I thought. What is? I'll put it this way. You've met 3 people that know Olivia other than me. Of the 3, only one thinks highly of her, and the other 2 start unloading drama on anyone willing to listen. In this case, you. No wonder you're confused. What are the secrets? What is up with Olivia? I need to know. I hadn't thought about it like that. I don't blame you. You shouldn't be involved in anything stupid. High schoolers, you know? I guess. Yadikin inhales, collecting his thoughts. Important question then. Do you really want to be Olivia's friend? Yes. Huh? I mean, I guess. A judging eyebrow is raised my way. Are you really or just curious about her? He seems pretty serious about this. Yes, then. Olivia returns to class and rolls right back up to the desk. Back. Have you changed his desk yet? Yadikin nudges his head towards me, expectantly prodding me on. No, we need to be a Chad. We're not moving. I'm sorry I distracted you in class, Olivia. She looks to Yadikin and gives a similar nod. Sure. I mean, you're welcome. I mean, thanks. Shit. But, no, really, I don't want to be distracted. Come on now, Olivia. The least you could do is give him another chance. You never know. You never know. I don't really want to know. I guess he's, like, friends with Damien, but I don't really want to, you know, not in this class. But I'd like to be your friend. She stops and raises an eyebrow. Lots of those going around recently. Like she was expecting this response. She looks to Yadikin for help. Actually, Olivia, I also think you'd make a good friend for you. What? His words were like a battering ram. I'm simply saying to give Inko here a chance. I could almost see the imaginary bulwark she hid behind slowly crumbling from what Yadikin was saying. You're both quite similar at heart, though you may have different methods. Perhaps you'll find some compromise between cynicism and naivete, if you work together. Finally, the last fragments of her imaginary fortress collapse. Olivia can only look at the art teacher with timid confusion painted across her features. Well, I don't... Are you for real, Mr. Yadikin? I am. He's actually in another class of mine. I've seen him. He's passionate about his camera, like you are with a brush. And I expect great things from him. Oh, okay, we're in! Sorry, I really thought it... Oh! Oops, she accidentally bit her tongue.
Her mouth is clamped shut. It's just my opinion. You can make your own choices, Olivia. She nods furiously. Oop, the movie's about to end. You can get back to your seats. We good here? So were they just having this whole conversation while the rest of the class was just staring? None of them were watching that movie, I guarantee you. We good here? Olivia side-eyes me again and nods once more. Alright. He motions for us to skedaddle. Olivia backs away to her spot. Thanks, Mr. Yadikin. For what? I just gave an opinion. I'm serious. It's up to the two of you if you want to be friends. We say no, and the game finally ends. Don't screw it up. He waves me off again and gets up to flip on the lights. I get back to my seat and stare absent-mindedly at the projected screen as I digest Yadikin's words. He said he only gave his opinion, but it seems like he also gave me an opportunity or threat to take the right steps in connecting with Olivia. And with what he said about her being passionate with a brush, it's gotten me even more curious about her artistic prowess and why she can't use her legs. Speaking of whom, I notice that she occasionally gives me a side eye. Oh, she likes this. Chat, she likes this. I don't think she can see my eyes due to the dim lighting combined with my shades. Still wearing his sunglasses, isn't he? She stares at me with a strange sense of curiosity, almost as if she's trying to get a read of me from my face alone. But from what I can tell by her facial cues, she seems confused and almost shaken up. It's like she wants to say something, but keeps backing away at the last second. Guess her mind... Oh, sorry. A little too loud. Guess her mind is also jostling around from Yadikin's words. Our teacher flicks the light switch, and I can feel my retina burn from the bright lamplights, even with my sunglasses. Alright, normally in your first week we'd be doing something simple, like a collar swatch wheel. However, I think you could all manage something a bit more advanced. The Gator girl's head whipped around at the word advanced. Whatever Olivia was thinking before regarding me seems to be forgotten as she focuses almost entirely on the teacher. Mr. Yadikin holds up a stack of papers for us to see. First things first, I'd like for you all to fill out these topic sheets so I know you understand how to safely handle oil-based paints. Hell yeah! Last thing we need is another burnt-down classroom. The way Yadikin says those words make me imagine some pretty horrible outcomes. Once you finish the sheets, bring them to me so I can review them. I'll be giving you the permission sheet after I know a lot of you won't set yourselves on fire or poison yourselves. The Allosaur guy in front of me hands back the stack, and I take a page from it before handing the rest to the Diplo girl behind me. My eyes scan over the sheet. What grade of mask do snouts longer than 3 inches require? And a realization hits me. I didn't see the first half of the video. My eyes scan over the page and I groan when I see questions I've no answers for. Well, we don't even have a snout, so we don't have to wear a mask, right? All of them pertaining to dinosaur anatomy. The art teacher looks directly at me and then to the side. I try to decipher his meaning and follow his eyes. Oh. I turn to my sheet and lean closer to Olivia. Hey, what? What? Oh, she had like a gravelly voice. What now? What? What is it? I'm not gonna let you draw me like one of your French girls. What the hell? Okay, giving her a smoker's voice makes her sound a lot less cute. I don't think I'm gonna do that. Looking at her paper, I see that she's already answered the questions I couldn't. I show her my own page, tapping the upper section that was still blank. Olivia groans and looks to Yadikin pleadingly. All she gets for her troubles is a thumbs up. Fine. Fine, fine, fine. Here. She holds out her sheet for me. Wait, isn't this cheating? Man, our teacher is cool. The art teacher when did he get to his desk? Does he have a sleeping mask? Why does he have a sleeping mask? If I look over the answers, I still learn the safety procedures. So what's the difference in the end? That must be what he's thinking. Either that or he doesn't care. I copy the words from Olivia's sheet, doing my best to at least rephrase them. Some of my classmates are already walking up to Yadikin's desk. He barely reads the pages, not even taking the sleeping mask off. Thanks, Olivia. Whatever. Olivia finishes her page in a few seconds and wheels herself to the desk too. The last answer I'm fairly confident on, like what flashpoint means. I get up and go to Yadikin's desk and set my safety assessment down. Good. Here's your permission slip to use hazardous paints. He didn't even bother to look over my worksheet. He lifts a eye mask from his face and looks at me with one eye. What? Most of that stuff doesn't apply to you, Inko. Just don't drink the paint or get it in your eyes and you'll be okay. Yes. Or huff it. Don't do that. Yes, Mr. Yadikin. Attaboy. Now go back to your desk and wait for class to end. Tomorrow I'll be starting you all on something simple, like painting a cube or a ball. Yeah, model dodgeball painting. The eye mask drops down, and I return to my seat. The class clock reads 5 minutes until lunch. Olivia is leering back at me. I consider what I should say or what I should do or say as some sort of icebreaker. Inko, I think you've already broken the... I think you've struck the Titanic with the ice, actually. Mr. Yadikin said we're similar, and I can see some of what he means. Oh. But I'm a photographer, and she's a painter. Can a photograph boy really get with a painter Gator girl? Is it possible, chat? So a cubist and a Dadaist walk into a bar. Bing bong. Have a good lunch now. The moment the bell rings, Olivia shoves most of her things into her backpack, not caring if her notebook gets crushed. When she zips up, she races out of the classroom. Guess she doesn't want to get caught in the chaos of the lunchroom stampede. Ellipses. I managed to avoid getting stuck in the frenzy by shuffling along the wall the long way around the lunchroom. It's a bit longer, but there's less risk of getting used as an improvised meat club. What is going on in this lunchroom? Hey, why don't I just go in through the courtyard? It's right there next to the table. Verdammt. Next time. Hey, is there a palm tree or something by the table now? Never seen one with a trunk that's green. It's a person. I get around the last of the crowd and approach the table. Damien's here, chowing down on a sandwich stacked with various meats. And like yesterday, Olivia's already at the table. Hey, Damien, you've seen Liz? I thought she was joining us for lunch. Without a word, Damien points to the palm tree next to us. Lol. Oh crap, that's no tree. I look up to see Liz's head in the rafter, prodding at the vines on the ceiling. The ceiling was a lot lower in the computer lab, so I couldn't tell as easily, but that neck is long. Anyways,
She should be, like, toppling over any second now. Hey, Liz. Hey, Inko, couldn't see you from up here till I heard you. Well, I guess I'll go ahead and get my food from the vending machines again. Don't do that. Get real food. Making my way over the vending machines, I do the same song and dance I did last time. Card swipe and a few button presses later earn me a couple cans of soda, 2 bags of chips, and a few candy bars. You're gonna feel horrible afterwards. It's like when the teacher asks you if you brought enough candy for everyone. Only now, it's true. I head back to our table and the bundle of foodstuffs in my makeshift pouch and distribute them. Olivia gets her share, but she doesn't say anything. Aw, sweet. Oh, I thank you, Inko. Damien, if you be so kind. Already on it. Damien cracks open a can of soda just as Liz lowers her head next to him. She's wearing a novelty soda cap. I like it. He then speed swaps the old can with the new one, almost like he's swapping wheels on a Formula 1 racer. Thank you. Oh, she had like yeah. No problemo. Niet problem. Liz's head cranes back up to the top of the ceiling, continue eating the foliage. So, Nico, how's your day? Oh yeah, he doesn't know what our name actually is. How's your day been so far? It's been pretty decent, I'd say. I'm mostly looking forward to photography, since Ben will show me some good Photoshop spots. Cool. Damien just nods as he continues to munch on his sandwich. I think he's zoned out. About halfway through my sentence. Oh, and also Liz helped me submit my contest entry. Awesome. You can always rely on Liz to help you out. Flattery will get you nowhere, Damien. Just saying the honest truth. I could rip your head off in 5 seconds. Well, bite her head off. Never mind. Liz entered the contest too, right? Everyone must be trying to win the cash prize. The money's okay. Liz comes down again with a mouthful of leaves. Her hands hold up a tray with each segment filled with a different sauce. But the real prize is having your submission featured on the Sponsors magazine cover and in a featured article. How is she still articulate? Do you have any idea how great that looks on a resume? Heck, I could probably get a scholarship with that alone. Whoa, you really got all this planned out. What did you submit? She takes a moment to swallow her salad and then shares a huge grin. I submitted my best digital art piece. Oh, what is it? Here. The tray is set aside so she can bring out her phone to show Damien and me her entry. It looks to be a village town piece, very rustic and classy. It looks pretty good. I wish I could see it. Yo, that's so cool. That looks so realistic. Thanks. Took me about a week to really blend some of the more fanciful elements into each other. I base it off of my grandfather's home from the old country. This is amazing. You can't even tell that this whole thing's digital art at all. Oh, it's, Olivia and Liz, are they gonna fight over digital versus, physical art? Damien grabs hold of Liz's phone and turns towards Olivia. Hey, Olivia! She jumps up, having been made suddenly relevant to the conversation she was just spectating. What? I'm not giving these chips back, they're mine. Huh? I was just going to show you Liz's entry. Olivia narrows her eyes and leans over to see the image on Liz's phone. She then looks up and gives Damien a quick nod before returning to eating her chips. Damien's smile falters a little at her minimal response, though he's back to his usual grin as Liz takes back her phone. Wow, Liz, I didn't know you were so into digital painting. That looks great. Do you plan on
being an artist after... She's going to an art school, yes. Oh, thanks. No, I don't plan on being an artist per se. The plan is to be an antiques dealer, specifically with art. What's that mean? It means she buys the splattered canvases everyone else just uses for money laundering. Har. No, it'll be the real deal stuff. There's a real market out there for it. So I'm taking the AP Business class and using the school's prestigious art program. It's actually why I picked this place out. There's a real elite selection of graduates from here. Oh, so you're the school treasurer too, right? Sure am. I'm doing everything to make sure I'm ready for the real deal. I do love painting, though. It's not just an ends to a means. It means to an end. Maybe that's why I want to get into trading, so I can get the right people the right art they need. That's very thoughtful, huh? I should start thinking of my future more. I wonder what Olivia thinks about this, if it even interests her. Damien is just exaggeratedly nodding his head up and down, and I don't know if he's agreeing with Liz or headbanging to some tune playing in his head. I look to the side to see Olivia staring down the chips bag, looking pensive. I guess I'm not the only one that's a bit worried about our long-term plans after school compared to Liz. But we still got the whole year. But we got the whole year, still. What about you, Damien? I don't really have a big goal set. The only reason I'm going here is because it's the closest school to our home. Damien, you know I keep telling you about planning ahead. I know, but I like keeping my options open. So what are you doing in school? I just picked out any classes that seemed interesting to me. Though I gotta say, home ec is pretty fun. I get to make food in class and eat it too. Yeah, home ec is a fun class. From learning skills in a class like that, you'll be a perfect husband. Oh, yeah, she's into him. Yeah. Wait, what? What? Aww. Oh. She's a little further away. But to get back to my point, that art contest. If I win and get that interview, it's an insane advantage. I'll say. By the way, Olivia, did you submit something for the art contest? Oh. She looks away, slightly deflated. No. Really? Oh crap, I might have a chance then. Hey Liz, that sounds a certain way. Sorry, I didn't mean it like that. Olivia rolls her eyes and merely goes back to munching on her chips. Mr. Yadikin said you were really into painting. And I really liked that portrait of me you'd made. Whoa, she what? Her suspicious leer is now replaced by a murderous glare. Yep, lunch is the perfect time to eat my feet. I actually haven't seen any of her real work, only something she'd done out of boredom. Olivia's eyes close as she inhales deeply, the air of neutrality returning to her once she reopens them. She looks me up and down again as though something will be different this time. Can't. What's that mean? Besides, even if I could, they're going to be looking for the best artists here, so you've got to show that to them with how good your art is. But I just don't want them to look at me and feel like they have to give me a reward out of pity. Oh, I see. I get it. Damien's face is frozen mid-bite, his sandwich losing its meat integrity by the second as his eyes flick between Olivia and I. I can practically hear the blaring alarm in his head as his brain catches fire, trying to connect the dots. I just want to be judged for my art and not. Olivia struggles to formulate the next few words and lets out a weary sigh.
it would just feel undeserved. How? What do you... We know how. Yeah, how? Damien, shush. Honey. Has that ever happened before? Do people really do that? You weren't there for it. Some losers even used to tell me to take advantage of it. What? Don't say that! That was a bad move. Dude, seriously? Why? So I can constantly get reminded myself, so I can't separate myself from my work? So I can get complacent being worse and eventually rely on it? So the playing field can be even? Bae, she's against that. That's a lot all at once. I'm not even sure I got all of that, but I definitely touched a nerve I shouldn't have. No, sorry, Olivia brushes her hair down. Look, I don't want to get awards and praise I haven't earned. I'm seriously not that good. I really wouldn't win. She sighs and takes a long sip of cola. Okay, where does this who... I think this was like just made by a bunch of 4chaners from around the world because, oh, I'm going to university. Usually that's something you say if you're from, you know, a different English-speaking country than the US. Cola? I don't know who says cola. It's like soda pop up here, Coke in like the South, so... No. Man, she really shouldn't put herself down like that. I get it, a lot of the students here are crazy good at art. Some are probably better now than I ever will be, and they're just staring. And they're just starting. It's pretty scary to think about. I mean, like that landscape of the city near the principal's office. Landscape? Hold on, I took a shot at it. It's a bit tough getting my camera out now with all the books I needed for class in the way. I lay out the contents of my backpack, taking my treasured DSLR out at last. After finding the shot in question in the menus, I turned the display towards everyone so they could see the glamour shot. A freshman made that painting. Just from looking at it, I can see why it won first place. I drew that. Oh. Her name is on it, isn't it? My brain finally makes the connection with the signature on the mural. That was you? Is it that much of a shocker to you? We're being an ass to her. Quite a bit. Yeah, it looks amazing. I mean, it's whatever. I had to have some dumb guide help me out, so it isn't like I was the one who did it all. So when you say you can't enter, it's because you've already won once? Yeah, basically. She looks away from us, eating her chips in silence. I've heard the expression of being one's worst critic, but I'd never expect Olivia to kick herself this hard. I'm mentally kicking myself thrice just for thinking the last part. Yeah, my voice is starting to go a little bit, chat. We'll end soon. We're almost at 2 hours. What? Is something wrong, Liz? Did she bite her tongue or something? Why is she imitating one of those picture plans? What? Liz? What's with the look, long neck? Just surprised to see you in better spirits is all. You're making it weird. Don't make it weird. Yeah, it's been ages, Olivia. You know what I have to say I actually like about this game so far, this VN? The characters, I don't know if they're all that realistic as to high schoolers. I think relatively enough. I don't really hate any of them. Like, none of them have been annoying. None of them have been too preachy about anything. None of them are, like, insufferable outside of maybe us, but that's kind of our own character as being a kind of, you know, we're a 4chaner. So, don't expect much out of us in terms of
social prowess, but yeah, I like these characters. I want to see more of them, even if some of the dialogue is just kind of boring. But yeah, it's been ages, Olivia. To think a randy like Inky, what? Here, got you to open up. Oh, a random guy like Inko here got you to open up like this in just 2 days. He gestures to me. What did you do, man? The girl in question freezes. Damien's thoughtless comments having thrust her into self-awareness. And she just leaves. Olivia, wait. She's gone. Well, she did give a warning. Yeah. I was just excited she was making good progress. The rest of lunch we'd spent trying to talk about Liz's art process. Damien looked like he wanted to try to bring Olivia back to the conversation, but no one had any idea where she had gone. Still, a part of me thinks she wants to talk. So why doesn't she? Sadly, a question for another time, as Olivia's departure seems to signal the end of lunch. At least Liz and Damien wave goodbye. Ellipses. Leaving me to clean up all the trash from the table, including everything I'd removed from my backpack. Darn it. Oh, darn it. Oh, yeah. Ellipses. Photography class comes and goes. Since we're partners, Yadikin gives Ben and I the green light to walk around the campus. Ben shows me around to see his prime photo spots and such, and as such becomes my impromptu tour guide. It's actually pretty neat to see parts of the school that I haven't explored yet until now. Places like the music hall and the recreational pool were the most interesting to see. I wish I could see them. Currently at the courtyard. Maybe we get to see them later as a treat, chat. Ben points out the views of the outer landscapes around the school. No wonder why Ben was so eager to show me. These views are impeccable. But while he's explaining the image he has in his head, my mind still wanders back to Olivia. So does mine. I wonder what I did to make her express herself so much. You said a bunch of stupid shit, Anon. Or Inko. Inko? Huh? I was asking if you'd be available sometime during the weekend to take photos. Oh, yeah, I'm free on Saturday. Excellent. We can meet up back here. Sounds good. As we head back to class, I begin to think there's something I can do in history class. Ellipses. Now we have other best girl. Back in history class, Miss Prockling continues prattling on about, and after a final offensive that left this entire city of Triceroptis destroyed, the Chthonian hegemony was defeated, bringing an end to their crimes against both Dino and humankind. I want more lore like this. Lore! With that, the Dino-Human War came to an end, and peace was finally declared after 10 years of strife. Of course, there was the matter of rebuilding and dousing all the fires still burning, as well as what to do with all the bodies, and... Yawn. I should probably care about Miss Prockling's lecture, since history has extremely strong cultural connotations, but man, is it boring. Sorry, let me take a sip of water. Ahead of me, Olivia has returned to her default sullen, deflated gloom. She's not glaring back at me, so she's probably over whatever that was. Or she still doesn't know I'm here. Boy, will that be entertaining to see, assuming I don't end up with a mechanical pencil jammed through a lens. The other students are similarly bored, only occasionally marking down something whenever it sounds like it'll be on a review sheet at the end of the week. There is, of course, no more note passing today. Miss Prockling's effusion yesterday must still be on their minds. There won't be any more chances given, and even though she doesn't seem threatening on her own, the consequences would be dire. Especially if she can call Solly over like her own personal enforcer. There's simply no getting around it. This is just a period we'll all have to sit through. And there isn't even any solidarity to had over in our shared misery, in simply the reality of high school history class. The only saving grace is that she isn't stalking around the room looking for us to do something wrong. Instead, we're being lectured at. My hand mechanically copies down whatever she's written on the board, and while I should also be paying attention to what Miss Prockling is saying, I'm more than certain we'll be reading the exact same thing from our heavy textbook. So my eyes wander away from her and the board to scan over my peers, all equally as bored and feigning interest. Eventually, there's a bit of movement ahead of me. What's she up to now? Olivia folds a sheet of notebook paper back and forth discreetly, creating a deep crease. Then she licks her finger and runs it along the crease and gently pulls. The paper rips along the seam silently. Oh, is she really risking it? What's she even got to gain? It's just a note-passing game. Maybe she feels bad because she got caught yesterday. Oh boy. Olivia passes the note to her left. The student next to her raises an eyebrow, but surprisingly takes the note, and immediately passes it on without looking at it. One by one, my classmates pass the note along to the next. Nobody dares to open the note and write something in it. Surreptitiously keep track of the note in the corner of my eye as it makes its circuit around the room. There shouldn't be an apostrophe. There should not be an apostrophe on that. That's correct. Thankfully, Miss Prockling's eyes are focused on the board when I feel a tap on my shoulder. I reach for my ear as if to give it a scratch, and the folded page is suddenly pushed in my waiting fingers against my ear. As I feel an edge grind against my earlobe, I chew my lip to keep the hiss of pain. Oh, we got a paper cut. Probably unintentional, but a paper cut still stings bad, especially on such a fleshy part. My fingers toy with the bundle of paper now at my desk, though no one else had bothered with it. I wouldn't exactly call it an empty canvas, but there could be potential here. There's a crumbling noise beneath my fingertips. Must have unfolded it without thinking. Looking at the sole doodle on the sheet, I see a pretty simple rat drawing with a very realistic hand next to it giving it a thumbs up. There's plenty of space this time, and Miss Prockling is preoccupied at the front. I doubt she'd even notice. A temptation is there, making my fingers itch at finally getting a real chance to do something fun in this sleep-inducing class. In fact, I have the perfect idea in mind that'd catch Olivia's attention. If that doesn't ruin everything, that is. She's not uncompassionate, but Miss Prockling has a lot less tolerance for horseplay in her class. We probably wouldn't get another chance. And going by Coach Solly's one chance policy and how these guys aren't even considering playing along, I guess it really wouldn't be pretty. Kind of makes me concerned for Olivia. I could just hold on to it and the note and give it back after class. Heck, Olivia would never even know. I don't think she even knows I'm in this class. Ellipses. Oh. I'm gonna draw the Gator. Draw the Gator in a half pipe. What is life without a bit of risk? I'll wait for Miss Prockling to start on a new tangent to make sure I have enough time. She said something about single continent movement, time to move. This is basically going to be a stick figure, but it's just a doodle. If only you could doodle a photograph I'm not sure what I meant by that. I also don't know how to draw a Don't draw a wheelchair. In the end, it looks more like an abstract depiction of a bow-legged T-Rex than what I wanted. Oops, it'll have to do. I check it over one last time, as if I had the conceptualization to improve it. Ah well. I pass the note forwards, careful not to notify the teacher. Olivia takes the note over her shoulder, once more checking it. She seems to deflate a bit on opening the note, probably because of all the blank space. Doesn't look like she recognizes whatever I did either. Maybe I should talk about it with her after class. I don't know, seems like an okay thing to do. She just passed the note again. What? Once more, the process of students taking the note, passing along without looking at it. Well, this time it's a little more collectively annoyed. If it was me, I'm not going to pass it. What's the point? Probably won't go around again. Why the heck would Olivia send the note around again? No one's going to change their mind and draw something now. Is it desperation? Thoughtlessness? Whatever it is, the note is coming my way. Again. Once I take it, I confirm that yes, nobody else wrote anything. However, there is a new doodle of a rat with a flamethrower from Olivia. Cute. Can we see it? Alright, I guess this time I'll draw... How about adding myself to the sketch of the half-pipe? This time, I'll just depict myself as a stick figure. No use trying to go outside my skill level for a note-passing game. It's simple enough to do. I even include my sunglasses. Yeah, I'm liking this. Teacher's gonna catch it. Maybe I should also make sure Miss Prockling isn't looking my way. Yeah, she's not right now. I'm in luck. Anyway, time to pass this on. I pass the note forward once more. Olivia pinches the note between two fingers, still not looking back. I keep saying that, but I guess it's not weird. Why would you look back in that situation? She checks the note and looks a bit down again. She glances up to the corner I'd drawn in. We should have done that. We shouldn't have done that. Well, crack! I nearly fall out of my seat from the sudden loud noise. There is a moment of unwavering silence before a voice speaks up. Miss Halford? The girl in question shrinks in her seat in embarrassment. Sorry, Miss Prockling, I saw a spider. Okay. Miss Prockling simply sighs. I'm actually relieved right now. This is good. I like this. Muttering to herself and turning her attention back to her writing more notes on the board. She turns her head back slowly, just enough to be able to make eye contact with me. While she eyes me with judging contempt and curiosity. I can see her hand is tenderly massaging the tip of her tail. We're in. Looking at the floor, I think she managed to chip the linoleum. As soon as Miss Prockling turns around to continue teaching, Olivia scribbles something down. She turns to look at me once more, then hesitating. Then she flicks the note in my direction. Completely misses me. I try to catch it midair, but end up slamming out my face onto my desk to get it. Mr. Nito, what was that noise? I palmed the note into my sleeve and strained to keep my injured eye open. The teacher probably meant the foot stomping. I found that spider, Miss Prockling. The teacher grimaces. I better be cleaned up by the end of class then, Mr. Nito. Yes, ma'am. I breathe a sigh of relief as my excuse weathers Miss Prockling's stare. Mrs. No, I refuse to believe. No, it's been Miss the whole time. It's not Mrs. This game sucks now. They made an error. She turns a few pages in a textbook lying on her desk, instructing class to do the same as she searches for something. She's distracted. I can finally see what Olivia drew. There's now a surprisingly detailed dodgeball whizzing towards my stick figure's head. I want to be upset, but I find myself admiring her motion lines. Seriously, she should be an animator. No, don't do that. I mull over what to add and settle on giving the large rat sunglasses as well. Can we now just show it to her after class and not risk this? A few seconds later, he looks twice as cool as before. I look up to Olivia, pondering how to get it back to her when a sinister idea comes to mind. Her hood hangs open as it rests on her back. It's a tough shot, but... bingo. Olivia scratches the back of her neck and finds the note. She looks back with squinted eyes, judging my intent and scanning me for foul play. She mouths something at me. A question, I think, but I'm not the most apt lip reader. Especially when said lips are thrice as long as a human's. I'm not gonna say it. If you know what I was gonna say, just keep it to yourself, chat. She unfolds the page, and seconds later, she's already added a new sketch and folded it up. This note lands neatly on my desk this time, and I inspect the latest edition. Can we please see? This is my biggest problem with this VN. Can we see more of the stuff that they're drawing? Is it really too much to ask of like doodles of a bunch of rats? I wonder what she'd think of a cat this time. We continue passing sheet back and forth, adding new sketches and adding to others. My fingers are starting to tire when Miss Prockling addresses Olivia. Alright, Miss Halford, you may leave now. Everyone else, you may take the last 5 minutes to start on your homework. Olivia takes her time to pack away her supplies, occasionally glancing my way. Gone is the paranoia. It's now just become plain confusion. As if I wouldn't play the doodle game thing with her. We play the doodle game thing with her, chat! Chat! Even as she wheels out of the room, I notice her eyes still on me. I give her a wave goodbye, and she seems shocked by that, turning her head and finally passing through the doorway. Right then, homework. Aw, crap. It only now occurs to me that there's a pretty good reason the teacher doesn't want us slacking off during class. For the last 5 minutes, I try to speed read the second chapter in its entirety. Failing to get any good information to use for today's homework, I resolved to just check online for a lecture that's not as boring. Based? Maybe one with some good animation, even. When the rest of us are finally excused, I realize that I've still got the page full of doodles. Oh, whoops. Actually, let's just save right now. We'll go for another few minutes, though. Considering all the stuff on it, I feel like it'd be a waste to just toss it away. I decided to keep it, slipping it into one of my binder's extra plastic sleeves. With everything safe, I remember binders. Do you remember binders, chat? Of having all of your subjects in different slots? Everything packed away, I shoulder my backpack or in Russian, as I'm learning, rucksack is backpack, and exit the room. What the hell is that? Something is going on outside, sorry. Man, now I get why Olivia gets to leave some classes early. The halls are so packed and chaotic once class ends, I always end up being pushed around by rowdy students headed for their next classes. Once school ends, it's even worse, and when I saw it yesterday, it was something else. The word riptide comes to mind. I ended up just waiting around for a few minutes for the flow to die down. It's looking like that's just going to be my routine now. I pass by a few more art displays on my way to the stairs back down to the first floor. This isn't the art wing, but there's still a bunch of displays up. Maybe there simply isn't enough space. Something presses into my chest and lurches me to a stop. It's Olivia, holding out an arm to stop me. She's still staring up at me, though less suspicious. Her jaw's open, but no sound comes out. Ellipses. She realizes her hand is still out, and retracts it awkwardly, indecisively darting between her hoodie pocket and her armrest. Is she expecting something? Oh, the note maybe. Hey, you could have told me. That, my dear chat, my dear, beloved chat, is where we will end this glorious, glorious visual novel for today. With us having played a note passing game with our Gator GF, us kind of learning some more about her. I think I like the writing quite a bit so far. Again, I like the characters. None of them have been overly annoying, outside of maybe us. But we're the MC, we're the anonymous incognito guy, so we don't really count. I think that the art's pretty nice. It's a massive improvement over Snoot Game. This, again, I mean, I wish there was more of it, because I wish there was more just drawings. Like, they could have shown us the doodles. Why not? I also wish there was a few more just kind of extra characters around, because I mean, this is just kind of a thing in most visual novels, right? Is it almost kind of feels like a bit of a liminal space, or that there's like nobody else here. Because there's nobody in this hallway except for us. So what I'm saying is this game is terrible. 0 out of 10. Not enough NPCs. No, but no, I like it. I think the characters are very cute. I think Olivia's very cute. I like how they didn't have to explicitly say it. We could at least just infer the fact that, okay, yeah, she has a problem that she doesn't want special attention because she's in a wheelchair, and she feels like, oh, if I just enter any art contest I do, like, it's just gonna both remind me of the fact that I'm in a wheelchair and that, you know, I'm just getting special treatment. I'm not actually earning stuff on my own. But so that's cool. I like that. But yeah, God bless everybody. I'll hopefully see you guys Sunday. Have a good night. Why is it not working? Something should be showing up visually. Okay. I guess it's actually streaming. It's just weird that it's not showing up on the chat screen. Can anybody see me? Let me get some links out. Oh, there is somebody. If you guys can see the stream, let me know. Let me close out a couple things before we start.
Can people see the stream? Alright. For some reason, it's not showing the stream. But it is. Hard to describe. Let me just make sure it's working. There we go. Alright. Alright. Hello. Happy Thursday. It's that time of the week again. I'm gonna really make an effort to stream Sunday as well. We could probably finish the game, hopefully, or the VN. Hello to anybody watching. How's your day been? You're hearing the soothing sound of my voice, so it can't be that bad. Another link I have to send out on Twitter before we can get to the Gator goodness. I don't know how streamers, especially games with a lot of dialogue, can do stuff for like 4, 5, 6 hours. 2 hours is enough for me. But I'm getting regular-ish content out again. It's not my old... I could make a remake of the Monarchist video. It would just be called Why I'm Still a Monarchist. Just reiterating some points, maybe updating it a little bit. But we are not here to advocate the cause of monarchy. We're here to date a wheelchair-bound alligator. Because she's cute. Alright. Let us get started. If my sound is good, whoever is watching can let me know. Let us load our game. We are in where we last left our bald and bespectacled hero, Incognito. He was with our good friend, Olivia, the paraplegic alligator. Where were we? More... Oh yes, we just learned that the really cool... So, as a recap of what happened last time, we're becoming closer and closer friends with Olivia. in our history class, we decided to daringly pass notes and doodles in a kind of flirting, friendly manner with Olivia. We've kind of learned that she really doesn't like having to enter contests and really try at anything because she's afraid that because of her condition, she won't have really earned any of it, which is interesting. I think that's a good character trait of hers. It's something I haven't really seen that much before in this type of character, where it's not so much the idea that they have to overcome their disability, it's that nobody else thinks of them as being anything but that. And that she wants to at least be able to earn something, and so she's lazy because she thinks, none of her achievements are really going to be appreciated as something that she did. But the really cool cityscape painting that we saw on our first day here was painted by her. And I think this is where we started. You could have told me, huh? That you were in Miss Propling's class too. You could have mentioned that. Sorry, I guess I was aiming for a bit of a dramatic reveal there. She brushes her hair aside. Well, whatever. Does she have ears? She probably has ears. Later, I guess. Why did you stop me out here? She stops her chair mid-turn, with gray eyes, contemplating the dirty floor. Ellipses. I don't really get you. Olivia's eyes turn back to me, and now I can see the nervousness in her pupils. Why do you care? Why indeed? Well, I guess the main reason is I want to be friends. With me, though? Sure. Those tiny moments in which I saw the Gator girl hyperanimate come to mind, I can't help but smile. Those small shows of just genuine feelings. I think Mr. Yadikin was right, honestly. Olivia hums in disagreement, finally turning away. Ah, crap. Maybe that was too forward of me. I swing my backpack around so I can reach inside it and pull out the gun. I still have that note. Note? What, with the doodles from class right now? Why? Just figured you'd want it. Is there anybody else in this hallway? It was fun filling it out and all. Just as I'm about to pull out my binder, the Gator girl looks back at me and shakes her head. It's just doodles. You can throw it at... Keep it. Aw. If it's so important. For the briefest second, I swore I saw her mouth form a tiny smile. But now she's back to looking neutrally at... Huh. I didn't notice the school had elevators. Why don't more people use it? Because they're for, people in a wheelchair? She flashes the key from her pocket. So it's part of her accommodations. Makes sense. By now, the hallway is cleared up a bit, from nobody being there already. The elevator arrives, and Olivia rolls in. I've said this before, but the lack of, other characters in these types of VNs and stuff gives kind of a liminal feeling to everything, like we're really the only humans on Earth. Well, not humans, but you know what I mean. Like, we're the only two characters in this entire school right now. Which I guess from their perspectives is kind of true, but... She moves her arm to push the button and jams the key in some sort of slot. What's the look for? You coming? Oh. I slide in beside Olivia just before the door closes. And Aerosmith's Love in an Elevator starts playing.
Was that Aerosmith? Yeah, it's Aerosmith. It's probably safe to catch your foot in and just reopen, but man, this thing is ancient. There's an inspection certificate lazily plastered above the door from the side, and it's covered in coffee stains and other signs of age. Is this thing really safe? Olivia shrugs. What's the worst that'd happen? Our legs break? I like that. She eyes me with a smirk. I think she actually is best girl. This may have been a mistake. Ka-chunk. How deep can we go down? Oh, that's clever. So it just showed the background moving, and then the actual picture is just stopped. We're not moving. Actually, no. You can see the background is moving a little bit. So really, we're going down, way down. Like we could be going down for miles and miles. Ka-chunk. My heart drops as the space around me seems to drop for a split second. The sound of the worn elevator mechanics fills the cramped space. Ellipses. How slow is this thing? I look over to Olivia. She uses this thing daily. Surely it normally runs smoother. Her mouth hangs slightly open, and in an amused grin watching my sudden onset claustrophobia. Relax, dude. This is normal. She called us dude, chat. Alright, this is normal. This thing jostling around like it's going to drop us at any second is completely normal. When we reach the bottom, 15 floors down, the doors clunk open and I practically fall out. Ladies first, Anon. Inko, that's his name. Olivia casually rolls from behind. Somehow I sense it's with a degree of superiority. Anyway, see ya later. Oh, yeah. See ya. Olivia rounds a corner and I'm left on my lonesome. My senses return to me and I start making my way to the metro station. Metro stancji. I think that's what it is in Russian now. As I make the journey home, it strikes me how much progress I've made with Olivia. It's definitely still in its awkward phase, but I can see that she's opening up little by little. And it's starting to become amusing seeing her get confused by my friendly gestures. All in all, I got a pretty good feeling about this. Liz and Ben were sure we're overreacting, though. I'll be sure to tell them all about it. Ellipses. A week into September has come and gone, and I'm finally feeling acclimated to St. Hammond. Things have been going pretty smooth lately, if I do say so myself. Over the past week or so, I've been getting used to my new friends, learning new quirks of them daily over lunch and in our classes. Like Olivia's penchant for tail whips. As I sit on the metro to school with the same exact people in the same exact stances as they have been for the past week, my foot comes up to prod at the tender spot on my shin. What? I also learned not to borrow Olivia's stuff without asking. Yes, don't steal things from people. She usually tries to keep to herself, even when we're partnered up, but I do my best to play nice. Not to say she's being rude or anything, just quiet. More and more, I figured that... Oh, this is calming music. I like this. I kind of figured that part of her silence was just the nerves.
accepting the silent facet, I think we found some small understanding between us. Enough that I think she's starting to see me as a friend now. Among other things, Damien and Liz had given me their numbers. Or rather, Damien gave me both his and Liz's numbers. At first I thought Liz would be mad that Damien had basically doxed her, but she didn't seem to mind when he explained his reasons. I also got Ben's number since he figured we'd be doing a lot more key projects in photography class. My eyes roll over the past messages from my new friends. I became so engrossed rereading them that I merely missed the announcement of my stop. I scrambled to get off the metro, the closing doors just catching my jacket and forcing me to yank it out before I'm dragged down the tracks. Not gonna let that bring down my mood though. It's Friday, meaning after today comes the weekend, chat. It's a quick walk from the station. I can see the school enter my field of view now. The school looks completely barren. Is it closed? Weird. I'll look around at some of the small stores that surround the school, the ones that are usually staffed by student workers. Peasants, they're also empty. One of them has lights on, but just looks like the managers looking over some paperwork inside. I don't recall any announcement about a holiday today, and while I admit to having forgotten what day it was in the past, I am absolutely certain that it's Friday. So where is everyone? Even the entryway to the school is barren. The door probably won't even open. Ellipses. Yep. Hello? I dance a bit in front of the camera, watching the door. It does not respond. You know what? Damien would know what's going on. I always wish this would have happened. I wish this happens at work, too. I go up to the office, and oh! Nobody's there for some reason. You don't have to come in. Go back to bed. But alas, I flip through my contacts and find Damien's number. I put the phone to my ear and pray that he picks up. After a minute or so of waiting, the dial tone cuts off and is replaced by Damien's voice. Oh, he's got a nice house. I would frame that beach painting, though. That's a nice painting. Yeah, frame that. He's got... Does that look like a Sega Genesis controller or something? And like 2 Wii nunchucks and an 8-ball. Why does he have a glass of water near all those electronics? Yo, what up, Nico? Hey, Damien. I'm at the school right now, and it looks like no one's here. Know what that's about? Huh? What are you... There's a brief pause on the other end of the line. Oh! Didn't you hear? Hear what? Today's the last warm day of the season, so everyone's celebrating. Celebrating? Yeah, we're actually having a cookout at my place today. Say, wanna come over? That's awesome. The generous but spontaneous offer causes me to hesitate for a moment to respond. Thanks for the offer, Damien, but it's alright. No, go! Hang out with your friends. I wouldn't want to intrude on your guys' party. He invited you. What? It's no big deal at all, my dude. My folks enjoy the company, and there's gonna be plenty to eat, too. Plus, Olivia's here as well. I weigh my options. Either go to the party, or I could just take the metro back home and sit in my room doing nothing. Inky, you still there, buddy? Yeah, it's still here. It was just
clearing my schedule. You sure it wouldn't be an issue? Of course not, amigo. A friend of mine is a friend of the family. Well, alright then. Nice, I'll text you the address. See you soon, compadre. Oh no, is he, you know. With that, the call ends, and not a few seconds later, that I got a text notification. D-Man is typing 61193 Crichton Road. That is not how you spell Michael Crichton's last name. There's an EIGH or something in there. That is the author of Jurassic Park. D-Man is typing. Go the long way around the neighbor. The doesn't change his dog, lol. No apostrophe. I copy and pasted the address on my Google Maps, and looks like Damien lives pretty close to the school. Of course, it's a little longer taking Damien's instructions, but I'm not about to try out running a loose dog with my physique. Well, better make my way over then. 6189, 61189, 61191. Here it is, 61193. The house looks standard for a house in this neck of the woods, or neighborhood, or jungle. It's a one-story place, but it looks pretty spacious. Definitely a family house. I walk up the stone step path to the front door and ring the doorbell. The grocery bag wrapped around my fingers is starting to chafe a bit. I could have come right away, but felt bad coming over empty-handed, so I got something for the party. A simple salad bowl from one of the local stores on the way over. You nerd. It doesn't seem like much, but as my mom taught me, it's courteous to come to a party with something. This is true. Actually, I realize how ill-prepared I look for a end of summer celebration. With Damien mentioning a pool, everyone else must be either wearing casual clothes or swimwear. Swimsuit episode, chat! Meanwhile, here I am, looking overly formal. Not that, I could have thought to bring swim trunks to the school. Did nobody announce this to you? The door swings open and out steps Damien. Inko? Wow, man, you're crazy early. You've come bearing gifts. Yep, here I am. I didn't want to come empty-handed, so I stopped by the store and got a salad. Oh, you didn't have to, dude. I'm a carnivore. Is he a carnivore? I think he would be. Seriously, though, you really didn't have to. I called it. My family and I are carnivores, you insensitive prick. But thanks. Still, it's not even, 10, man. Oh, you didn't give me a time, so... Nah, that's my bad. Since you're here already, come on in. Well, don't I feel silly. Damien still accepts the grocery bag. What a nice guy. And chucks it off to the side somewhere. Come on, everyone's out back right now. He turns back, making for a sliding door on the opposite end of the house. Oh, they're a Christian family. Nice. Based. Following after, I barely have time to take in what I think is the living room and dining room. Yeah, this is a nice house. He said it's not even 10. The clock clearly says 11:05. There's a number of toys strewn about, foam darts and loose game controllers. Damien opens the glass door and gives me a small push out of the house. Hey everyone, we've got a guest already. Stepping out onto a wooden deck, I'm surprised to see the pool and yard. To the left of me is what looks like to be an older, heavier set version of Damien. Okay, that's creepy. Well, howdy there. Hello, sir. I'm Inko. He shifts the barbecue tongs from his right hand to his left so he can shake my hand. Tentatively, because he hasn't seen a filthy, disgusting human before. Randy Payne. You can just call me Randy, though. He looks kind of like Newman, or Wayne Knight, who played, I can't remember the doctor's name in Jurassic Park, but he's the one that gets killed by the frilled lizards. I hide the grimace as we shake hands, feeling what I'm guessing is a very sticky marinade clinging to my palm. Didn't think someone would come this early. I just finished getting the good stuff all sauced up. As soon as he lets go, he focuses back on the piles of different meats heaped up next to the grill. Meanwhile, I grab some nearby napkins to wipe the sauce from my hand. Oh, what's on the menu? Well, let's see here. We've got brisket, franks, ribs, sirloin, tenderloin, top sirloin, bottom sirloin, rounds, and shanks. I'm getting hungry. Oh, I haven't really eaten dinner yet. I want meat. That's a lot of cow. All marinated in my special mix of wet rub and dry rub seasoning. Do you wash the chicken too? Oh wow, that's a lot, Randy. Me and Damien and Soph will be doing it in shifts. If you're interested, I'll let you lend a hand too if the missus doesn't rope you into carrying around too much. Sure, sounds fun. I've never actually grilled before, for God's sake. It's not too tough, you'll see. Now that I'm here, I can finally ask Damien the question that's been on my mind. Damien, I've been curious the whole time. Oh, what exactly is this celebration, anyway? Oh yeah, I haven't told you yet. Wait, well, you'll see when... Before Damien can properly explain, a motherly voice cuts him off. Damien, sweetie, you shouldn't keep your baby brother waiting any longer. And the mention of the younger sibling, a tiny Damien clone, jumps over the deck railing and acid punts. Oh gods, why? Why? Is that their version of Mickey Mouse? Vinny! Look, bro, it's just like from Power Raptors. I told you I could do it. So we just got hit by an acid attack? I'm so sorry, Inko. Vincent, this is why I don't want you watching those violent shows. The younger Dino isn't listening. He's already run off to find another victim to spray acid on. You alright? Yeah, I'm fine. Was that really acid? No. Obviously it wasn't. But here, you should wipe that off. Now. I take the towel handed to me and wipe off the splotch on my pants from where Vincent had punched. Did he punch you in the dick? The Lophosaurus spit only gets more acidic after they reach puberty. I begin to rub away the spittle from my pants with a bit more urgency. Thankfully, he's more me than his mother, otherwise you need a new pair of pants. Wait, that's an actual thing? Randy laughs. So you must be Damien's new friend from school? Indeed I am. Damien's mom's head pops up at the side of the deck with a tired smile. Hello, ma'am. Thank you for having me. Oh, I didn't know we'd have guests so soon, I would have cleaned up more. You can just call me Sophia, dear. Speaking of school, Damien told me that you were there. Why'd you be going there today of all days? Honestly, I didn't even realize today's a holiday. Usually I mark them on my calendar, but it must have flown over my head. It's no worries then. It's mainly us dinos who celebrate it. Yeah, Damien told me a bit about it, but I'm not sure I fully understand. In that case, I'd be more than glad to clue you in. It's called Summer's End, and today marks the last warm day of the season. That's not how it works. It'll be like 70s. It was like 70 at the end of October last year. After this, fall and winter start rolling in. Whoever made this doesn't know how seasons work. Interesting. Well, this will probably make me sound stupid. Also, we have a holiday. It's called Labor Day in America, is when we do this. Usually the Monday before school starts. Well, this will probably make me sound stupid for asking, but how come you celebrate it? To put it simply, the cold might be manageable for warm bloods, but for us reptiles, it's no bueno. This is why humans are the superior. Humans and mammals are the superior family. Phylum? Which one is it? So we spend the last day soaking in the sun and enjoying the warm weather before it starts getting chilly. That makes sense. Next thing you know, everyone's wearing extra layers and putting up the heat lamps. Though apparently used to be Ice Age levels of frigid back in my granddad's age. Haha, global warming joke. So I guess we can consider ourselves lucky. Otherwise, we do nothing but a couple of popsicles with our tails for sticks. The patriarch lets out a laugh that's as infectious as his son's. He wipes a tear from his eye, and he goes back to flipping the meat on the grill. Anywho, we're gonna start cooking up food, so make yourself comfortable. Thank you, Randy. While Damien's dad attends to the grill, I move to the banister overlooking the pool. Oh, this is a sign of class. Lower middle class has the above ground pool. Upper middle class and upper class gets the below ground pool, gets the in ground pool. In ground is always better. Man, I wish my place had a pool. Well, I do have extra genes at home. Ruining one pair will be a huge issue. On second thought, it'd be really annoying to deal with drying off and going home. Just take your pants off, wear your underwear in the pool, who cares? I wonder how deep... Chat! Fawoosh! Wow, Olivia is generous. And that's why she's best girl. The hell are you doing here? I was invited. Focus on her face, not the other things. What the heck are you doing here? I live here, moron. Crap, right. Damien even told me on the way. Yeah, what is that about? Anyways. No, really, why are you here? Nobody was at school when I got there, so we're gonna have to learn more about Olivia's backstory. Were her parents like, no daughter of mine is gonna be in a wheelchair, and tried to force her to walk? Huh? Yeah, check the doors and everything. They announced the holiday yesterday in homeroom. Didn't you hear it? That's what Liz said over the PA yesterday? I thought that was the school's anthem or something. No wonder everyone was staring as I saluted. What kind of salute did you give, Inko? Must not have been paying attention. But yeah, I asked Damien what was up, and he said there's some event going on, and he invited me. Olivia sinks a bit into the water, actually. A stupid question, but... Are you really okay to swim? There's that glare again. She looks so cute when she's mad. Of course, why wouldn't I be? Well, you know. She's not wearing the wheelchair in the pool. You don't wear the wheelchair. Never mind. Thankfully, she gets what I'm saying. Sorry. She simply rolls her eyes. I like it in the water. I kinda wish I knew all about all this earlier. I'd have brought my trunks. Ew, no, I'm not sharing my pool with you. What? Why not? Instead of answering me verbally, Olivia's tail whips up some water at me like a large wave. Yo, come Inko, come check this out. Olivia takes the opportunity to slink back into the water. I think she's doing a weird version of the dead man's flute. Well, whatever. What's Damien yelling about? Yes, Damien? Well, first my little bro has something to say to you. I'm sorry for giving you an acid punch, Inky. Looks like he taught his younger sibling about my nickname, too. It's alright, Vinny. Vinny extends his hand for a handshake, though it's obscured by his sleeves. And secondly, we need a few chairs out here. We've got some folding ones, but also some from the kitchen. Got it. They're cheap wood, not real heavy at all. After the chairs, we can do the table together. Mom'd be pissed if that got dropped. Why? It's the only one we got. And after everything's set, we can play something fun. 'Kay, little man? Vincent grins and bolts back toward the house. Damien chuckles and we both follow after the kid. Ellipses. Arg! The table drops a few inches. The few inches we were able to lift it with a hard crash back onto the tile. I'd be worried about the cracks, but the floor is already pretty shattered around here from the years. The table must actually be their gold storage, and it's just painted to look like wood. It's the only explanation. We catch our breaths and give our strained muscles a moment to relax. Why can't Livia help us? She's super strong. Livia's enjoying herself in the pool, bro. We don't want to ruin her fun. Her chair thing has wheels. We can use that. No, don't do it. I think it might be a bit small. Why, no fear. She's going to go to her room. Why can't she help? Come on, not in front of any guests, yeah? It's true, though. You don't know that. Come on. The Damien mini-me pouts. I think I got a better grip on the table now. Let's try one more time. Okay, I'm ready. 1, 2... Wait. Huh? What's up? Oh! Mama's been talking about the plastic table in the garage, not the dining room table. You moron. You're right. What? Guess we gotta haul this thing back into the dining room, fellas. Sorry, I accidentally hit the scroll wheel. Great. After getting the suspiciously heavy table back inside, Damien and I carry the much lighter plastic one out the door. As I catch my breath, I notice the younger dinosaur is gone. Maybe he ran off to do something else. Either way, I guess it's now's the time to ask. Sorry about that. Hey, Damien. Yeah? What was that about Olivia going to her room? Oh, yeah, sorry. An awkward silence fills the air for a few moments. It's just... she doesn't really stick around for family events like this, is all. Regular introvert stuff, you know. It's no big deal. Are your parents okay with that? Why wouldn't they be? She's her own person. Right. She usually makes appearances for food, though. Hey, speaking of food, do you want to go check on the grill? Why? There's no way the food is done by now. I know. I just like the smell. Oh, yeah. Oh, all right, then. Sweet, let's go. As we make our way over to where Damien's dad is manning the grill, I catch a whiff of the spices and marinades applied to all the meat. Sophia is accompanying him, helping to place the meat on the grill. How's it coming along, Pops? You making any how I like 'em? You know it, son. Have a look for yourselves. He steps aside and lets us gaze over the variety of barbecue set over the flames. The smell of it cooking and the symphonic sizzling sound has my mouth watering in seconds. Good, right? I'll say. Randy uses a pair of tongs to grab a piece of steak that looks halfway cooked. The secret is that you gotta let these babies have some time getting seared on each side. That way it really hones in the Splat. Whoops. There's a bout of silence between everyone as we all stare down at the piece of meat on the floor. It's not too ruined. Hey, Olivia, you want it? What? A pair of eyes appear over the edge of the pool. Sure, toss it in. Aw. What's this now? Randy proceeds to chuck the steaks right into the water as one would do with chum to attract fish. Whoosh. Jeez. Anywho, since you're our first guest, Inko, would you get the honor... you get the honor of getting choice picks. Which one do you want? Take the brisket. Brisket's good. Oh, I don't want to impose or anything. Did he say if they had ribeyes or not? Ah, nonsense. Besides, better to get in your picks now before the other guests arrive later. Hey, think of it as payback for all the soda and chips you've been getting us. Come again? Well, I guess a burger is more convenient. I don't get to attend a family barbecue every day. Excellent choice, Inko. I would have gotten with brisket. That's better barbecue food. Want it rare, medium rare, or well done? If he says well done, I'm shutting the game off. Hey, Inko, go for the rare. Damien licks his lips as he says that. Rare? What the heck? Oh, carnivores, right. Pretty sure a raw burger would kill me. Alright, we're done. Nope. Alright, fun stream. We're done. Inko sucks. I hate him. Burger well done isn't the worst possible thing you could do, but no. Get it medium rare. You monster. Disgusting. I'm out of words right now. I honestly am out of words. I don't know what to say. Alright, let's continue. Yeah, I'm sure you'll want ketchup with it too, huh? What's wrong with ketchup on a burger? Come on, Damien. One well-done burger coming right up. Monster. Disgusting. Just saying, you're missing out, amigo. I'm pretty sure her mother was just messing with him. We'd never serve that sort of thing to a guest. There's no way we could afford the suit. Mr. Randy lets out a hearty guffaw as he lefts the burgers on his grill. It's alright, son. They may not look like it. Though it may not look like it, Volcaldera has its share of humans. From what I know, you guys can eat just about anything, right? You're damn right. You know that, hey, those peppers, right? You know, those peppers that are kind of painful to eat because they have this burnings. They stimulate the parts of your olfactory senses that feels, or no, the part of your nerves that feels heat. Yeah, we love those things. And you know what? Not only do we love those things, we're like, hey, I love that spice flavor. Hey, nature, I'm gonna take these peppers and supercharge them with all of that heat, making them inedible for anybody but us. That is what humanity is. But raw meat aside, we can't eat raw meat unless it's salmon, or unless it's sushi. I mean, yeah, I guess. Must be nice to be able to grab whatever's on sale at the market. Meat prices these days are getting pretty crazy. Tell me about it. Oh, I've seen some of that synthetic meat around. That might be cheaper. Why not try it out? Okay. Nope. That's even worse. That's somehow even worse. Even worse than him wanting it well done. No. If it wasn't mooing, oinking, or clucking, or other animal sounds, I don't want to eat it. You don't get to call it meat. No. Kick him out. Yeah, this is the appropriate response. The grill. Sorry. There's one taboo I stumbled into head first. Noted. Never, ever. I better change the subject before things get any more awkward. So, hey Damien, I've been curious about this the whole time. What exactly is this Summer's End celebration anyway? How many human sacrifices are there? Didn't my dad tell you earlier it's the last warm day of the year or whatever? Yeah, I get that part, but why is it a holiday? Wait a minute. I just thought of something. Were dinosaurs cold-blooded? This game, how does this game think it knows anything about dinosaurs? Most dinosaurs were warm-blooded. They had a high metabolic rate, similar to birds or mammals. They're closer related to birds, which are warm-blooded. Or it's still, Now I'm actually interested in this. Screw the visual novel. I need to know, were they warm or cold-blooded? For decades, paleontologists have debated whether dinosaurs were warm-blooded, like modern mammals and birds, or cold-blooded, like modern reptiles. Knowing whether dinosaurs were warm or cold-blooded could give us hints about how active they were,
and what their everyday lives were like, but the methods to determine their warm or cold-bloodedness, how quickly their metabolisms could turn oxygen into energy, were inconclusive. But now, in a new paper, scientists are unveiling a new method for studying it. Blah, blah, blah. It's one of the oldest questions in paleontology. People think it's just how easy it's to shape, but it's how you convert oxygen into energy. Yeah, I know. In the past, we looked at them and thought it works like a paleothermometer. That's interesting. It's a really cool approach. But we've realized that we don't really understand how the fossilization process changes the isotope signals that we pick up, so it's hard for us to unambiguously compare data from fossils to modern animals. Where is it? They found that dinosaurs' metabolic rates were generally high. There are two big groups of dinosaurs, the Saurischians and the Ornithischians, whatever. Lizard hips and bird hips. The bird hip dinosaurs, like Triceratops and Stegosaurus, had low metabolic rates compared to those of cold-blooded modern animals. They had low metabolic rates comparable to those of modern cold-blooded animals. Okay, so they would have been cold-blooded. Lizard hips, including theropods and sauropods, the two-legged, more bird-like, like the velociraptor and T-Rex, were including people like Damien's, because they're the carnivore ones, and the long-necked herbivores, okay, like Brachiosaurus, were warm or even hot-blooded. They were surprised to find that some of these dinosaurs weren't just warm-blooded, they had metabolic rates comparable to modern birds, much higher than mammals. These results complement previous independent observations that hinted at such trends, but could not provide direct evidence because of the lack of a direct proxy to infer metabolism. Okay. So, the answer is, were dinosaurs cold or warm-blooded? The answer is some of them were, some of them weren't. So, but the point is, some of these were warm-blooded. Some dinosaurs were warm-blooded, meaning everything about this holiday is a sham. I'm pissed now. How dare they not even figure this out? Dinosaurs, a large number of them, were warm-blooded. And this whole holiday, I'm making a lot of hand gestures right now, though you can't see it, is based on the idea that dinosaurs are cold-blooded lizards, which they're not. Most of them are not. I can't enjoy this game anymore, chat. Actually, I don't remember either. Well, you don't need to, it's a lie. Guess I should have been paying more attention at school. It's a bit concerning he doesn't know this much about his own culture he's currently celebrating. Actually, it probably doesn't even need a reason. Why would you? It's just the last warm day of the year. An excuse for get-togethers is... Any excuse for get-togethers is fine in my book. The kid flumps down hard on the grass, in the way only children can without shattering something.
Ah! Wait, and we don't gotta go to school neither. It's nice and warm and we get to eat real good. I think those Mayans had the right idea.
Okay, so this is after. This isn't like before extinction or something. I think that's what Goodbye Volcano High and all that crap was.
Vinny.
Mayans. Yeah? Hey, Inko, are you a Alright, it's about ready. This game gave me, like, just 3 strikes. Wanting well-done meat, suggesting that they eat synthetic meat, and then realizing, oh, they don't know that a lot of dinosaurs were actually warm-blooded. It's about time the guests showed up too, isn't it? They'll be here any minute. Oh, Olivia. Across the yard.
Olivia contentedly drifted to the middle of the pool. Though a look came across her face upon hearing Damien's mom, and she began paddling towards the raised deck. Are you going in so soon? Yeah? Are you sure you don't want to wait until the others get here? Yeah, wait till the food's ready so we can all eat together. I'd rather not. I just have a lot of art stuff I need to do. Sorry. Damien's little brother steps out from the small deck.
But you said we'd play sometime today.
She tries to back her uncertain tone with a shaky smile. Maybe later, Vinny. Let me check something real quick. Options. Saucy images are enabled. Wait, are they? Enabled? Don't worry about it. Have fun? She lifts herself from the pool and kneels atop her chair. I'm confused at how her legs work, but my guess is that perhaps they only do above the knees. I don't know how that would work. Turning about, her hands carefully set her feet down on the chair's footrests. Fully settled into the chair, Olivia rolls herself to the sliding back door of the house. I think the table is just about set. Now we really are just waiting on the others. Damien, has your friend texted you at all? Yeah, Liz said she'd be here about now. Oh, it's Liz. Nice. She's bringing her uncle, too. Oh, snap. I'll bust out the brewskis then. Hell yeah. In fact, Damien shields his eyes and looks upward behind me. I turn too, but at this angle I can't see anything. Yeah, they're in the front yard. Ah, yeah, her head's really, she has a long neck. Damien rushes through the back door into the house. A moment later, he emerges again, as if to show off the new guests. Come on, don't make it weird. Hi, everybody. Oh, Inko, you're here. Yeah, I got roped in. Neat. Are people okay with the funny voices? I hope you're okay with the funny voices. I'm not going to do them for every character, but just a couple of them. Come on, Uncle Mike, through here. Hey now, I'm not that old. What? Wait a minute. He's not a brontosaurus. Somebody has some explaining to do. A giant figure lumbers through the doorway. That is not what I told him to get. Hey, Mikhail. Randy, how have you been? The two pat each other's backs and give a firm handshake. Doing good, doing good. How about yourself? What is with this ridiculous getup? Is it Mardi Gras? I told him to get sunglasses last time. Haha, no, nothing like that. I've just been trying to relate a bit more to the younger generation recently, and it seems we're just too different these days and all. Oh, come on, leave that stuff to the kids. Then he sees me. Huh. Mr. Ferris? Superintendent Chalmers? You know him? Yeah, we've met. He takes the same train as me. He's been helping me out. Recommended I try this chain out. I did no such thing. Liz jerks her head my direction furiously. I'm gonna get it later. Oh gosh, really? Regretting the handshake now. Think he popped all my bones once. Everyone leaves. Food will be ready soon. Inko, your turn on the grill. Oh, don't worry, kid. All you gotta do is keep an eye on the meat and make sure they don't catch on fire. Actually, for my birthday, my dad made us ribeye steaks. And when you first put them on the grill, they caught on fire or something happened with the grill for a couple seconds. It was actually perfect because they gave everything a nice char, but they weren't like, you know, fully burnt or cooked all the way on the inside. So it had a nice char on the outside and then was really nice and like medium rare on the inside. It was perfect. The rest too, heading to where Damien, Vinny, and I had just set the chairs and table. Turning to the grill with a grimace, I swallow my nerves and take up the tongs. Right, nothing to worry about. Okay. Nothing bad so far.
Hey,
Ah! Oh. Sorry. Hey, Liz, what are you doing here?
Oh, everyone else is talking about Randy's cooking, and I figured I'd see what's on the menu. What do you think I'm doing? Why on earth are you getting my uncle to dress like he's going to be in a music video?
He asked for help.
You thought that was good help?
Yes, he just didn't take it right. Across the yard, Vinny's jumping on the shiny object. Mr. Ferris caves and lends it to him, a $5 million golden dollar sign. Or, necklace. See? Problem solved. Ignoring Vinny, now strutting around like a gangsta.
Oh man, whatever. What's actually cooking good looking?
I motioned to the silver trays spread out next to the grill. It's a lot of meat. Actually, aren't you an herbivore, Liz?
I am, but I think Damien thought ahead for me. That's why we got the salad. I called it!
Wait, wasn't that the salad I brought?
I knew he wouldn't forget about me like that. Anyway, is Olivia out here?
She was just in the pool, decided to go inside. Liz's head is still for a moment as if she's in thought. Apparently, it's a common thing with her.
Yeah, I was hoping she'd have stuck around for once.
So she does this often.
Every time Damien's folks throw a party, she slips away to a room. I sometimes see her at the window.
Her eyes motion me to turn and look at a particular window. Can't really see from this angle. Why would now be any different then? Liz shoots me a knowing look.
What? Well, I figured she was opening up a little to you.
I mean, I guess. To some degree. Not like I have any frame of reference. At best, I can kind of talk to Olivia now. Oh, okay, actually, I'm really sorry I just did that to the microphone. What, did you hiss at me?
No.
Then what? Oh, gods! Spinning around, I see that something has caught fire. I grab whatever it is with the tongs and flail it around, hoping the air would put it out. Moron. Works well enough, but it's pretty burnt.
Well, that one's a lost cause.
I give the piece of charcoal a careful look in. Yeah, it doesn't look edible in the least. That's a shame. I put it to the side and turn back to face Liz. I have a question about this for vegetarians. If you had burned, like, a piece of meat like that so much that it had just turned into, like, I guess carbon again, would they be okay eating it then? Like, it has no real resemblance to meat at all anymore. One second. I put it to the side and turned back to face Liz. Anyway, what were you saying about Olivia opening up? Oh,
I will be right back, chat. I ordered a new pair of sneakers because I'm starting to use the treadmill to work out. It's going pretty well, but I want some proper running and gym shoes, and I don't want to have to track all the mud and snow into the fitness room. So I will be right back, and I can try them on for you. You won't get to see my feet, though, unfortunately. So I will be right back. I have the shoes right here, chat. Live unboxing on stream, even though you can't see it. Okay, they look pretty nice. Do they fit? Yeah. They fit pretty good. Alright. I have a new pair of running shoes. Sorry about that, chat. So I've gone on multiple rants to this time and unboxed a new pair of shoes. Back to the video, or back to the game, back to the VN. And a sip of water. Anyway, what were you saying about Olivia opening up? Yeah, it's strange, but also good. Certainly a bit surreal after all this time. Liz lets out a sigh and shrugs. Well, it's a shame, but it is what it is. Nothing I can do. Anyway, I want to go catch up with the others. See you around. Liz returns to the rest of the gathering, leaving me alone at the grill once more. Burnt piece of meat aside, the rest of the food is looking good. Still, I'm not exactly the best grill master. Not like it matters too much to Damien's folk. Whether food's actually cooked or not is purely an aesthetic matter. Couple more flips and the meat is brown and sizzling, which is good enough in my book to put them along with the other finished pieces. I think I'm about done with my shift. Damien's turn was next, but he's just going to be wrapping up these last two things. It doesn't take me long to spot him chatting with Liz, who's enraptured with whatever guaranteed high concept discussion they're having. Hey, Damien! Damien's frill things perk up a bit as he turns around to face me. Your turn on the grill. Aye, you got it, hombre. He waves Liz over and takes a firm hold of the spatula. Okay, time to get some more He suddenly pauses as his eyes fall upon the charred remains of a once juicy and savory piece of meat. He picks up the piece of meat and inspects it before chomping down on it with a single bite. Okay, I'll finish cooking the last pieces. Ink, if you'd be an awesome dude, can you start serving the others what's ready to chow on? I give Damien a nod and grab the tray of cooked meat. I take the tray over to the eagerly waiting crowd, and with all the care to be expected from someone surrounded by a very hungry, meat-eating saurian. Upon seeing the platter of delectable and edible flesh, stop whatever they are doing and begin to gather around the table. And then I said, "Well, it's 'cause you look like a student yourself, miss." "Ha! That's rich coming from you." "Meat. Is finally here, Vincent. Now remember your manners. Hopefully with my salad, too." Seems like everyone's having a pretty good time with their meal. They even eat the ones that I cooked, though I can see Damien's little brother making a slight face of disgust. Still winds up chomping on the meat anyway. All in all, I'm pretty satisfied with how my cooking turned out. I take a seat next to Damien and Liz and prepare my meal before I dig in. Gotta go with a tried and true catsup and nothing more. No cheese. What? With my burger prepared, I go in for my first bite. Got to say, Damien's dad did a great job with the patty. So what do you think, Inko? I give a thumbs up and smile as best I can with a full mouth. The elder dinosaur gives me a toothy, sauce-stained grin in return. I can see where Damien gets that toothy grin of his. Savoring the well-cooked meat patty and buns with each bite, I slowly lose myself in the party's mood. Though I feel more ancillary from it, seeing the adults lost in work and talk, while Damien and Liz are handling the excitable Vinny. Humming around a mouthful of burger, my eyes wander. The entire yard is smaller than mine, and there are tons of toys scattered in the low-cut grass. Not too many plants either, just grass and a couple of shrubs running along the fence. The word quaint comes to mind, maybe intimate. I can picture the kinds of events that happen back here. I shake my head, clearing my photographer's mind away. It's Damien's place, private property. I'd have to ask before I do anything camera-related. Thinking about it, though, I do have my camera securely stored in my backpack inside the home. Part of me considers grabbing it. And as I look back towards the house, I spy a certain someone at their window. Olivia leers out across the yard. She's too far away to tell what exactly she's staring at. That must be her room, then. Her gaze shifts a bit. I still can't see what she's looking at, but it's in my direction. Or Damien, he is sitting next to me. Carefully trace where her eyes are focused, leaning to the side, slowly coming to the plate in my hand. Checking back, she's laser focused on something. I wonder. I slowly lift the plate up and Olivia's head tilts upward with it. I lower it and her head tilts downward. Part of me wants to test this further, except that'd be a real waste of food. Whatever illusion she was under shattered with a shake of her head. I can hear Olivia's annoyed growl as she turns her snout up at me and returns to whatever it is she was doing. So she does want some. Why not come out? I'm sure no one would mind if I just brought in the plate and left it. We're gonna walk into her changing or something. I know it.
I have saucy images turned on. I genuinely hope it's not anything too. In the description of this game, it says it does not have any tags for sexual content, so I think we're safe enough. Besides, my fingers are sticky from all the finger food, to the point where they'd stick to my paper plate. It's actually kind of gross. Now I remember why I avoid it normally. Ungluing my fingers from the plate, Damien's mother notices my plight. You can use the kitchen sink for that, Inko. Or the pool! Sticking my thoroughly marinated fingers into the pool, that just seems like a future issue for whoever has to clean it up later. Thank you, ma'am. I think I'll use the sink. Damien's already gotten up for third, so there's plenty. I load up a new paper plate with a steak and whatever remains of the ribs, and oh man, I love ribs. I love them so much. And head directly and discreetly head inside. Thankfully, the sliding door is partially open, just enough so I can use my foot to push it the rest of the way in. There's a coffee table in the living room. That's as good a place as any. And the kitchen's right there. I'll just rinse my hands off a bit, making liberal use of the dish soap. I start scrubbing my hands thoroughly. When I feel the stickiness start to stick itself, I look out the window. Damien's parents seem to be focused on Vinny, but Damien is still shooting looks to the left. The hyperactive hybrid shoots up from his seat, disappearing from view. Wonder where he... Whoa! Splish! Exclaimed the dinosaur. Dang, clothes still on and all. Kid was serious about washing hands in the pool. Man, I could have gone for a dip myself. The AC in here makes a huge difference. It must be 90 degrees out today. There's plenty of soda, so I'm not in danger of dehydration at least. But geez, I'm only noticing just how warm I am from stepping inside. I'm surprised that there's no steam rising from me. Well, you're wearing your freaking jacket, you dickhead! Looks a little red too. Good thing I didn't bring any sunscreen. That's something that I'm having to deal with now. Is if you didn't know, my hair is thinning out. I'm taking after my dad in that regard. So now if I'm out in the sun too long, my head gets sunburned because I don't have as much hair to cover it. It was a very sobering realization. I guess I'll just have to wear a hat. Crap. It's not that bad yet. Wear a hat. You're completely bald. You would look fine with a hat. That's what I'm gonna do. Maybe the Pains have some sunscreen around. No, they're reptiles. They wouldn't yeah, they would. Maybe. Maybe I'll just have to deal with it. My knuckles start hurting from being wrung so much. The smell isn't gone yet, though. Sigh. Anyway, I should be clean enough to... Nope, we didn't catch her changing. That's good, thank God. Both of us are frozen still, locked in a staring contest. The steak shoved in her mouth, she stares like a deer caught in headlights. She spits the steak back onto the plate in her lap and grips the insides of her sleeves. Takes me a moment to collect myself and muster up some conversation. Yeah, your delivery came in. You want soda with that? The joke goes unlaughed at. I tried. May as well. She's moving closer to us. Need to get to the fridge. Oh, sorry. I step to the side and give Olivia enough space. She rolls herself over to the fridge and opens it up and rummages through. We exchange a few awkward glances to the point that it's palpable in the air. So, what are you doing? Getting a soda. The kid's taking your spot in the swimming pool. That's fine, I'm just gonna go crash in my room. When there's still a party going on outside, I'm busy with art stuff. I bet she's drawing a nice painting of everybody outside having a party. Stuffing the soda can in her coat pocket, Olivia redirects herself and, with a flick of her tail, closes the fridge shut. I gotta say this. I'm not a furry. I'm not a scaly yet. But I have thought, would it be better if we all had tails? Prehensile tails. Like, would that be useful to us? Would that help us out with our balance? Because the reason humans don't have tails, I know partially, is because we don't really need it for the balance that four-legged animals do. Like, we're the weirdos that just walk on two legs the whole time, and we don't have any tail. So what would it be like if we had a tail? I think it'd be kind of cool. If I had like a prehensile one that I could like move around and like do stuff with, that'd be cool. But what about the party? What about it? It's still going on. And look, I've got stuff to work on. Will we ever explain why she lives with them? Even though it's a holiday, it seems like a perfect time to get together with friends and family, and I'm not their family if you haven't noticed. And I'm not going to be here for much longer. Oh, she looks sad. That's a new look from her. Was it because of what I said? Olivia? What? There's a couple different things dancing across. I taught my tongue that I wish to say. Some would be too intrusive, especially after what she just said. One, however, sticks out the most, especially after she had brought up working on it. And I genuinely want to see Olivia's process. Would you, mind some company? What? It seems pretty empty in the house by her lonesome. Maybe it'd be nice to hang out. Plus, I've been wanting to see her art for a while. Especially as I recall her freshman piece that's displayed right next to the principal's office. I'll even show you some of my stuff. I have a portfolio drive in my backpack and all. I have to hold back my laugh as a silly, strangled noise of surprised confusion escapes her mouth. Is that okay then? No, it's just... I don't want anyone else in my room. Then how about the living room? I motion at the well-loved couch nearby. She hums in thought for a moment. Are you really that interested? I think she likes this chat. Yes. I've been wanting to see your work ever since I found out that the cityscape piece in the gala was yours. Olivia clutches her hands together tightly. Okay. Fine. If you're so interested, you can watch. She wheels herself back towards a shut door. Need to get my stuff set up first, though. Sure, I'll be here, on the couch, so you can draw me like one of your French girls. I kind of feel bad for missing out on the party, too, but I doubt I'll ever get another chance like this. Olivia returns with a small easel already set up with a half-finished painting that we're not going to see. She takes a moment to shift herself from her wheelchair to the end of the couch right next to me. She's pretty close to me. I can feel her thigh barely brush against mine, but I'll try to pay it no mind. This is getting saucy. The painting looks like a bust of a nondescript dino guy. Although with how vibrant these guys are, it could be easily a portrait of someone specific. This isn't that good. She rips the page off and crumples it in her hands. Starting over then, don't interrupt.
She takes a deep breath. You always do a lot worse when other people are watching you, it seems. I don't know how people that are professional, like performers, do it. I think you just have to kind of clear your mind. Or speak to anonymous people on the internet. The paintbrush nears the canvas, slowly and gracefully, although it's clear her nerves are getting to her. Okay. Wait. Olivia looks down for a moment before she jerks her head back up, her face gaining a reddish hue. Dude, why'd you scooch so close to me? I didn't. You're the one who sat next to me. Oh. She looks away for a moment, realizing how over-the-top her reaction was. Olivia then does a double take at me, her brows furrowing. What's wrong with your skin? I was born like this. I'm a white man. Shut up, that's not... You know what? Yes, it is. But I mean, it's red. Oh. Yeah, I think I'm sunburned. As I look over the red splotch on my... You were outside for like 30 minutes. Olivia raises a hand and touches it. Ow! Why? Jeez, that really hurts? Yeah, it does. I didn't think to get sunscreen on the way over. There wouldn't happen to be any here, right? Point taken. But there's some of those spiky plants outside. Aloe something, I think. Aloe vera? Just snap a leaf off. Mrs. Payne won't care, probably. I think I've heard something about that plant before, yeah. Alright, I guess I'll give it a shot. I head up and head back out the front door. Lo and behold, there were actually, in fact, a number of those spiky plants around. I walk up to the nearest one and carefully grab the leaf in a spot with dull spikes. It bends and snaps off pretty easily. Man, this looks about good enough to eat, but it probably tastes awful. Is it really good for curing sunburned skin? Back inside, Olivia is vibrating in her chair. Olivia started painting again. She gazes intently at the page, and the plate of food I had brought in had been cleaned. Olivia holds one last rib in her mouth like a cigarette. It waggles up and down between her teeth. When she sees me, she crunches the bone in two and swallows the last of it whole, based. I bring up the aloe leaf. This it? She nods and extends a hand to grab it. I hand her the thick leaf and she extends a single claw. Once she catches the edge of the skin, she quickly makes quick work of peeling the husk off. You do that often? Not me. Sophia uses it a lot to make smoothies for the family and healing salves for Vinny. They're really pretty, too. Olivia blinks, coughs, grimaces. To a paint, I mean. Natural homemade healing recipe, huh? Gonna have to ask for that later. Could come in handy down the line. I move to remove my jacket so the aloe can be applied properly, but I don't get far before I notice Olivia's face turning a darker shade again. No. No need to remove your jacket. Just roll up your sleeves and put the jelly on your neck. She hands me now exposed aloe jelly, and all while doing her best not to lock eyes with me. After rolling up my sleeves, I scoop out a dollop of the opaque substance. I think aloe jelly... Wait a minute. Could this be another problem?
aloe jelly is translucent, not opaque. Yeah, that looks translucent to me. I know what aloe looks like. The jelly is kind of clear. The feeling of relief hits me the moment I spread it across my neck. Man, this feels good. I start applying more to my nose, cheeks, and most importantly, to the top of my head. As I do, I continue to watch Olivia vibrating, continue her painting, taking extra attention to her brushstrokes. The way she moves it down the canvas with such smoothness and gentleness shows her level of concentration. Not too rushed, but also not that overly focused on the art either. Using the last of the aloe to cover my arms, I'm fully covered in the rudimentary remedy. I take a second to throw the husks away in the kitchen trash, catching a glimpse of the party outside. Everyone looks like they're having a good time out there. Except for Mrs. Sophia, who's currently trying to chase a very soaked Vinny with a towel. Back on the couch, Olivia's painting is starting to take a more defined shape. Unlike the cityscape piece, however, this looks more organic. She continues to paint in silence, occasionally doing quick glances at me to see if I'm still watching. I don't want to poke at Olivia for no reason, but this just might be my only chance to ask. Ellipses. Hey, Olivia? Your family, the Paynes, they seem like a lively bunch. What's that supposed to mean? Like, I knew Damien was eccentric, but I can see he gets it from the rest of your family. First of all, the Paynes are my godparents. Okay, so they are Catholic. Secondly, yeah, they are. So, how long have you known them for? Take a hint. Olivia pauses for a moment, mid-brushstroke, but then continues. Practically my whole life. Damien and I have known each other since we were carpet crocs. And his parents have known my dad since, well, forever. Since before we were even neighbors. Friends of the family? Pretty much. The whole reason I'm living with them... Her muzzle clamps shut. Forget what I just said. You tease! How dare you! The words were spoken with a tone tinged bitter with something. A tone I felt very familiar with whenever my own family is brought up. Sure. The only sounds left now are her brushstrokes on the canvas. My focus turns back to the patch of blotchy red and pale acrylic oil still slowly forming across the white expanse. Occasionally, Olivia's gray eyes would glance my way before going back to her work. Compared to the more rapid pace of time-lapse art videos I had viewed, she was more deliberate with each of her movements. Pretty obvious, since most of those were done digitally, another thing I'd not considered. Still staring at the painting in progress itself, there's something uncanny about it. It's now more formed, definitely looking like something. Cupping my chin with one hand in contemplation, I try to use the other and trace out the peachy pale and vibrant red colors. Olivia looks back to me again, a glint of something shines through her eyes. Hold that pose now. Hey, how long have you been using me as a layman doll? Her hand fails to cover up the snort coming from her nose, followed by a gremlin-like cackle. Aw, she's smiling. She's so cute. Hee. Consider it the price to see my process. I want a refund. Hee. Nope. Looking again, it's slowly becoming an oil burst
of my bust of my burnt face. Like looking in a mirror, eh? Can't you at least get my good angle? Nope. Turning back to the Mural du Melanoma, Olivia starts adding in a blotch of cream by my head. A sigh escapes my lips. Hey, I said stay still. And what? Why, I'm not that red. Another high-pitched giggle comes out of Olivia. It's called autistic license. Well, it needs to be renewed. Oh, that's a good one. Despite being the butt of her joke, I feel myself smiling. It must be the new sounds from her. It's the first time I think I've seen her happy outside of Yadikin's class. And yeah, that laugh of hers is kind of infectious. The silence returns, though the mood feels much lighter now. I feel so stiff right now. I don't know how long I've been holding this pose now. I guess I had to from the sunlight filtering into the house. It's at least been an hour. Mural du Melanoma was almost done, and it was staring back at me with the most intense, hyper-realistic eyes, and this whole thing turns into a creepypasta. Olivia's attention was left on one final detail: the hand holding my chin. Thankfully, she'd finished the sunglasses first, because the reflected light from the sliding back door had been searing my retina. Olivia, hush. She turns her head and focuses entirely on the hand by my ear, pupils moving rapidly to take in every last detail. I also just noticed, chat, congratulations, that we are the #1 I Wani Hug That Gator stream right now, because we're the only I Wani Hug That Gator stream on Twitch right now. Her fingers twitch as her hand hovers over the painted hand. Her eyes are now shifting between my hand and my eyes. Her hand is now quaking, a growing redness suffused her face. The more she looks towards my eyes, the more her arm shakes and face brightens. Finally, she turns away from me entirely, bringing both of her arms with her and away from me and the canvas. Okay. Her cheeks puff out as she exhales her held breath. Okay. Oh, that's pretty cool. I'm glad we actually got to see some artwork this episode. Or, this stream. Finally, she turns her cherry red face to the canvas and inspects the near complete portrait. I'll come back to this later. Can I... Yeah, you can drop your hand now. Finally. I lay back on the couch, feeling my spinal cord pop in rapid succession. I said your hand. Can't. I attempt to stretch my arm in front of me, and because of my stiffened muscles, my forearm is pulled back toward my face. I repeat the motion several times, the movement helping to ease the muscle until finally my arm doesn't feel spring-loaded. While I was busy trying to fix my arm, Olivia was picking up the canvas. That's about it. You can go join the others or whatever. She drags the canvas, easel, and acrylic tubes back to her room. I wonder if she'll keep that one. And I wonder if she'll stay in her room again. We've been inside for a while. I don't think anyone's noticed we've been gone. Vinny and Damien have seemed to accept that Olivia would stay inside. But, wait. I've caught her a bit off guard. I think we should be just kind of honest and direct. We should invite her to join, because she likes us. She obviously likes us. So we're gonna invite her to join us back outside. After I'm gonna be a little bitch and save. If I'm going outside, it would be rude of me to leave without saying bye at least. Wait, what? Invite Olivia to join. She looks at me quizzically. Sure. But I think I'll try staying until the end. This has probably been the best day I've had since I moved here. And my first real friends in a long while. I'm glad to have been invited. She's not leaving, but she's scanning me suspiciously. Damien's been a great friend, and his folks have been really nice to me. Better than my own parents, even. You're lucky to have them, I think. I guess. Good for you. Having fun with that, I really need to... I think you should come along. She freezes. What? Her eyes widen and some of the color leaves her face. No, I can't. Why not? Mr. and Mrs. Payne, they already have Vincent and Damien to worry about, and right now they're hosting all the other guests. They've got plenty to deal with. I'm not worth the accommodations. Aw. Just leave it. Let them be normal. Even then, it's like I said, I don't have much time left. It's a little overly harsh, and it was every argument she had. They're the kind of arguments that come from desperation and guilt to convince herself it's for her own good. Maybe it's a little presumptuous, but at least the sort of thoughts I've had reading notes from my parents allotting me resources like I'm just an anthropomorphized mouth. Certainly it doesn't seem like I'm worth it to them sometimes. But they're your godparents, right? They're helping your folks. Yeah, but they chose to have you here because they want you to let you be normal. That doesn't... a normal part of their family, I mean. I don't think they'd have you here if they didn't want that. Oh, please, go on and tell me more about my own family. Her voice is sardonic. She's not making eye contact anymore, but she's listening intently. This is all stuff she's known already. But you're absolutely right about one thing. You don't have much time left. Neither do I. Honestly, even if it's mostly because of moving. You know what they say about rolling stones gathering no moss? In a way, we're in the same boat. Give it a shot. Some perfectly good moss right out there. Okay, we did it! We did it! We're gonna get her to come out of that shell. I'll try it with you. Aww. That analogy was pretty dumb, but you're right. They're all gonna be flabbergasted by this. The back door squeaks back open. Even with the sunglasses, I wince at the sudden brightness. I take a step out and stretch my back, working out the last bit of stiffness from my shoulders. Olivia still waits at the threshold of the door. What are you waiting for? A curtain call? With a grin, I draw the sliding glass door even wider, and even with a beckoning wave, I attempt to usher Olivia out as if I were her personal attendant. Cut that out. Don't make it weird. Despite her words, her tone is more humored than annoyed with me. Uh-oh, the emotional piano music started playing. Relax, nobody was even looking. But it looks like there's definitely no more food left. About right. As Olivia rolls down a small wooden ramp I hadn't noticed, we catch Damien on the bottom step. Olivia? At the table, heads turned toward us. Looks of surprise etched on the faces of most of them. Instead of answering him verbally, Olivia's hand comes up in a nervous wave. The rest of the party resumes their prior discussions, although maybe a bit livelier than before.
Hey, cool to see you out here again.
Hey, Damien, why are you all the way out here, over here for?
I can't stand to be by Liz's uncle when he's eating. He's got those fibrous teeth. Okay, so he is a whale. Ugh, like blue whales have? Yeah, freaks me out. His dentist must make a fortune. Huh, yeah. Hey, Olivia, what are you doing back out here? You forget something? No, I just thought it would be good to enjoy the weather while it lasts. Damien perks up with his frills undulating. No, Damien, stop that. Olivia quivers as Damien's grin grows wider and frills start moving faster. Ew, stop it. Even I'm getting unnerved by how those things move. Damien. Sorry, you know these things just got a mind of their own. Finally, those weird flaps still. Dude, you were just complaining about Mr. Ferris and his teeth. At least he can keep his mouth shut. Hey, I could always wear a beanie. No, you can't. Remember the last one time you tried? Both Damien and Olivia share a laugh over something they're privy to. When they finish, Damien asks the million-dollar question. So, are you going to join in, or... She turns her head my way, and I give her a supportive thumbs up. Yeah. Damien finally stands from the step, and we all start heading for the table. Each partygoer greets us as we approach. The loudest from... Livy! Hey. You finally came to play again. The rambunctious boy hoots and hollers as he bounces and circles around her. Olivia huddles her arms and looks aside in my direction, feeling the stares from the table. I give her a reassuring thumbs up. Anyway, actually, this is perfect. Thank you, Vinny. This is something Olivia is able to give when she was so worried about just taking. I hope she goes for it. I'm a little tired, Vinny. What? Now, come on, Livy. You promised we'd play today. Like old times. Please. Oh, alright, you win. I did promise. You want to play cannon, then? Yeah, cannon. Alright, then. Ready? Round loaded. Fire. Oh gods, this was a bad idea. Whoa! Phooey! Exclaimed Randy. Randy! Oh, relax, Soph. Vinny is still young. Michael, Vinny, be careful. It's okay, Mom. Whoa, have you gotten stronger, Olivia? No, shut up. Anyway. Can we do it again, Livy? Olivia smiles and pats his head. It's weird seeing it, but as she readies Vincent for another launch, the Gator girl has a bright, toothy smile that I never thought she had. Mr. Payne. Oh, whoops. We could do it again. Aha! Whoa! Alright, I get it. Vincent! Yeah, Dad? No more cannon today. Olivia and Vincent share a disappointed look. Now, there's a lot more things you two can do. Vincent perks up and immediately rushes off. Oh, I know. Olivia turns back to the rest of the group with an uneasy smile. Mrs. Payne steps forward, her hands held up and wavering. Olivia? Hi, Auntie. Mrs. Payne and her, would it be Ms? Or Miss, whatever. And her husband approach, both with nervous smiles. When she speaks, it's with a certain restraint, holding her excitement back. As though it worried
if it showed too much, she'll change her mind and go back in. I didn't miss much, right? I'm so glad you came out, dear. The older woman kneels in front of her and wraps her arms around Olivia. She gets to hug the gator first? It's been too long, little ace. Hand shuffles her hair, while his other arm encircles both Olivia and Sophia, while Olivia does her best to avoid his palm. I can see the tiny smile on her face. Aww. Time seemed to pick up speed after Olivia had come out. Damien and his father returned to the grill, managing to prep and cook a final serving of meaty goodness for an early dinner. I decided I could go for seconds and get a few scraps of this and that. I nearly dropped my food when I get a rough pat on the shoulder from behind. It's Mr. Payne. He looks down at me with a thankful smile. Mrs. Payne and Mr. Ferris had continued their conversation until Mr. Ferris' throat ran dry. I know the feeling. And the rest of us had to contend with a hyperactive child and with an armory of foam dart guns. It's Nerf or nothing. I feel bad for Liz. She'd become a one-woman shooting gallery for the boy. And Olivia. And me. And Damien, but he looked at least apologetic about it. But now things are winding down. The food is officially all gone. Everyone is exhausted, physically and mentally. And yet thoroughly satisfied emotionally. And she's back in the pool. Olivia pads by me, having returned to the pool to cool down and stretch out. So, I didn't mean to hold on that long. There was just one last thing to really cap this off. Okay, everyone. Oh, we're gonna take a photo. I hollered to everyone currently on the deck, grouped up nicely for me. Let me... No, wait. Looking through the viewfinder of my propped-up camera, I adjust the focus to ensure everyone is captured perfectly in the shot. Alright, on 3, give me your biggest smiles. 1. Wait! Olivia turns away from the camera, looking towards Damien. With a grin, Damien waves for me. Dude, you gotta be in this too. There's nods and words of agreement from everyone. Well, it's been a while since I've used this mode, so why not? Setting the time delay along with the sports mode, I'm sure with 10 rapid succession shots, at least one of them will be perfect. I can always do some post-production on it too. Ensuring that the focus is still fine, I click the shutter button and keep the count in mind. 30 seconds? I have to rant about this. Why is it every time someone wants to take your picture outside, they always have you facing directly in the sunlight and, like, take forever to take the picture? My eyes, every time I'm outside and someone has to take my picture, like at a family event or like a school photos or something when I was a kid, they're always... My eyes are just staring at the sun for like 30 seconds. Okay, we look pretty cool. By 13, I've settled myself next to Damien and above Olivia. Alright, 9, 8, 7. Animation? I feel something wrap around my ankle and press against my back on 4. 3, 2, 1, ack! Yeah! My camera flash goes off 10 times as I'm pushed over by Damien and pulled into the pool by Olivia. September 25th. It's been nearly a full month, and things are starting to feel natural in school now. Well, at least compared to my old school, except now I've actually made some good friends. I'm pretty sure we're good friends anyways. I don't really know how to measure friendship. Outside of that party a few days ago, I haven't hung out with any of them outside of school. Oh, ideals, whatever. First time chatter. Hello. If friends just hung out at school and good friends did stuff outside of school, where does that put us? Well, it's still early in the school year. I'll figure out the friendship conversion rate at some point. It's not like I'm rushing either. Shades, focus! Leaving my current thoughts, I realize I'm been in the middle of climbing a rock wall inside the gymnasium. I wish our gym at school had a rock wall. That sounds like fun. Huh? Why was I spacing out again? Oh, we're upside down. Alright, all the blood is rushing to my head. And our neck has been broken. Alright, peel yourself off my majestic gym floor and hit the showers. Alright. It's been about 2 hours. I think that long barbecue party was good enough. I am still thoroughly enjoying this. I think for what it is, a silly, cute romance visual novel about dating an alligator. Dating a paraplegic alligator at that is really, really nice. I actually genuinely think this has very good writing. Again, characters are very well likable, except for us, we kind of suck, but that's fine. I like Olivia more and more. She seems very well fleshed out in more ways than one. So, and with that, I will bid you all adieu. I will hopefully try and be back Sunday, maybe around 5 or 6, or maybe a little earlier. I don't really have anything going on Sunday, so I will see you guys then. I like having 2 hours. I'm gonna get some food. Weekend is coming up. Everyone, enjoy your weekend. God bless. Stay safe. I'll see you all later.